We're going to give this a shot for real this time, and we are going to effectively make sure this is all good to go. That's actually really interesting. I've never done YouTube streaming before. Nope. Might as well let people know that we are streaming, then we're going to give this a shot. Alright, so for those of you that don't know, I've been working on making Chapter 3 in Day of the Noobs 2 be a lot better. And as of right now, it's better than before, but it's still quite bad. And pretty much what we're going to do, I don't know how long this is going to take. I don't even know if we'll finish it, this stream. But the plan is to make this chapter a lot better, because right now it is probably everyone's least favorite chapter in the entire series. How you doing, Mohammed? How you doing, the boy? How you doing, Yap? So, I don't even know where to begin. So, I guess a quick update of what I've done. None of this is live right now, by the way, in terms of in the game, so you can't see any of these changes yet. The stream is live, though. So, what I have done is I have taken the junkyard and I have turned all of these bricks here into a mesh, so that way these junk piles, instead of being over 400 bricks, it's now just a few meshes, so that's a lot better. This lighthouse is now, these are single bricks here, each of those is a brick instead of a bunch of spammed bricks, because originally you were actually going to be able to destroy parts of the map. Same with this house here. I've pretty much, again, it used to be a bunch of little separate bricks, but now it's just one brick. And I'm trying to think what else I've done. I've grouped together things. I've pretty much just gotten rid of a bunch of brick spam. So that way the amount of bricks on the map has gone down a lot. As well as these trees now. These trees were all originally 3,000 bricks. Now they're only about 50. So we've cut down a lot of bricks. And I guess, so the few things on my to-do list before I feel good with this chapter is the boss fight of Prince Noob and the boss fight of Princess Noob are awful. They're just not good. As well as just the entire way to get around the map is really not fun, nor is it balanced. So we're going to try to find a way to just make it generally a very consistent experience, as well as make it so that players don't hate this. Again, I don't plan on changing the size of this map. It's a pretty big map, and I enjoy that it is a large map. So what I instead want to do is make it so that way it's actually fun to move around the map. You like my voice? Thank you, Yap. I appreciate that. Dude, you're about to go, but you've just come just to be here for a bit. All right. Well, welcome and goodbye if you're leaving immediately. The boy said, thank you for doing that, so I could have avoided lag. No problem, no problem. The main thing I realized is on mobile devices, it was very laggy. How you doing, Humbe? Learning how I make my awesome games. Great games with Cloaked. Oh. One thing we will probably learn throughout the stream is I am going to constantly insult my old code. The code in Day of the Noobs 2 is pretty bad compared to what I can do now. So this is a very old, it's old. It's, again, this is from around 2017, a little bit earlier. It's gonna be, we're gonna be pretty much digging up a dinosaur and trying to make it look pretty. So it's gonna be weird. So first things first, I'm gonna do a quick little, just get a lay of the land. I've polished up some of these areas. Some of these areas looked awful before. I'm not sure how I feel about this elevator right now. And pretty much my plans are to make a few different and more fun ways to go around the map. So if you're a speedrunner, you're going to try to route to get to these items. If you're just playing the game casually, if you're exploring, you'll find these items and you'll be rewarded. How you doing, Dylan? How you doing, Octo? So as of right now, I just need to find a very good way to actually get this to work. And I'm thinking a few things. So as of right now, a big way of traveling through this chapter are these cars. And I get mixed opinions. Some people love the cars, some people hate them. I'm leaning towards removing the cars, only because I don't like how they are. I think they make sense for the map, but I just feel like they're a little too random. The cars are kind of buggy, yeah. I think what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to probably hide all of these cars around the map and have them not actually work, just as a little detail. You remember Chapter 3 was an absolute nightmare? Yeah, so that's what we're going to try to make that better today. To explore the entire map barefoot. So we're going to try to hide some items to make it not as bad. Add the glitch you had in All Hail the King where you could drop the speed coil and go 100 times faster. Not gonna lie, I'm really surprised that glitch it wasn't actually in here, or if I might have patched it out ages ago. What about the badge with the car thing jump? That is actually true. What I'm gonna that is actually a really good point. I honestly almost forgot I had done that. Alright, so I will think about that then. For now, I'm going to get rid of these cars because I actually broke those, funnily enough. And for the record, if you are watching this stream on how to make a game, I will teach you how to script better than me from 5 years ago. However, this map, this layout is awful. So what you see right now, this is the opposite of what you should do. You should use folders a lot. Old me did not use folders. So, food for thought. You should probably use folders. So I'm going to take these cars. These are the cars that replace the ones after that 600 seconds go away. And the reason why I'm putting these ones in is because I actually went through the game using a script and I got rid of a bunch of welds and it actually broke the cars. So these should now stick together. Keep a car in a cool stunt road. Maybe replace it with finding every secret around the... Oh, well, those are broken. Probably just fix the cars. Make it like a DIY carnival ride. Teach me. Install my coding. And you just made... you just learned how to make a block turn off collision after some time months ago. Boosh. Alright, so I guess... Is there just no welds? Did the welds go poof? The welds went poof in here too. Alright, so it looks like I actually just broke the cars, period. Well, not broke. I would fix it by putting the welds back, but I really don't like these cars. I really don't. What I might do instead is I might fix one of the cars and plop it over near the ramp, maybe. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'll fix a car, and we'll try to see at first with just making a car better, because right now, these cars are not that good. What if you make new cars? Maybe. The main problem with these cars is their overall handling is just very bad. Yeah. It's because these cars were not made with the new Roblox physics system in mind. These cars are from 2010. I just repurposed them. What if you went to the chapter right now? It will be the same as before. Everything will still work. None of this is published yet. So this is all saved. But it's not published. Skirt, skirt. I agree. So what we're going to do then is... we can repair it. We'll start by repairing a car. Just for the sake of... sure. Let's just do it. And I actually don't know if this will let me. Let's see. Will it? Okay, it will, because it has those joints there. Because I think some of the newer Roblox changes actually broke it, funnily enough. And I'm also going to get this guy right here alongside, so that way I know what it looks like. Realistically, I shouldn't do this. I should just scrap the cars, but people like the cars enough that, fine, maybe I'll keep it. and we'll see how it goes. Hearing me actually talk is surreal. Before RDC, all you've known where the duck noise is. Yeah, you know how it is, how it be. Oh. Wait a minute. That's not where that's supposed to go. It's supposed to be there. I was about to say, that's a funky looking car. So there we go. So as of now, this should be it. So what am I doing wrong here? What am I? Is it that? Ah, this is too far. Forwards like that, and then this goes up against that. See, the problem is by making this car again like that, it's probably just not going to work out well. Because the whole point of the reason why these cars aren't good is because they're just outdated, they're bulky, they're just bad. Quack, quack. You hope the Daily Noobs 3 development is going great. It is. It's going really well. I'm taking a break from it because people highly requested that I fix this chapter up once and for all. There were a few speedrunners, as well as just people in general, for a long time have asked me to make this chapter better. And I felt like taking a break from working on Daily Noobs 3. And I figured, hey, well, what could I do in the meantime? And I figured, well, might as well make this better. Because I finally have the time. Developer man builds cars with wells. Those are some duck sounds. Good to know. Yeah, no, I feel like this is a big waste of my time to repair this car. Because, again, the reason why it's not a good car is quite literally that it's bulky, it's bad, I'm conflicted. So we'll see, what is this connected to? That is connected to the back of that. Okay, so we can actually effectively have a prototype of the car, like so. So this should, minus those back tire things, be the car. So this will now function as the car. It might throw some errors in the console because it's not set up. You want to be a ninja? Well, play Fortnite, I guess. Alright, so here's the car. Again, it's very slippery with the turning. It's very awkward. And you go to speed, it's technically capped at 90, but you can go a little bit more due to gravity. And again, it's pretty good for speed running. I won't deny that. It's just, again, very inconsistent to actually get a car. And at the time, I didn't know how to make it so that there could be one owned car per player. Now I do know how to do that. I just wonder if I want to do that. Because, again, these cars are just very awkward. Like, this is drifting like crazy. It's just very uncomfortable. It's not a good car. More like Tinder. I call it, I just say it out how it is. The day the noobs. Alright, so these circle wheels should actually be a little bit better. Ooh, maybe I'm a liar. Yeah, these circle wheels might be a bit better if I change some settings in the thingamadingy. Running in the 90s noises. Exactly. I'm actually curious. I'm just going to look at a default Roblox vehicle seat and see what they did back in the day. Because mine is definitely... Turn speed is 1, really. Torque is 10. Alright, so we'll give us try to see what they did. I'm just very confused as to why it's so floaty. It might be because custom physical properties is a thing. So now these parts originally had different different weights and densities, which is fancy schmancy talk for this wood did not weigh like wood. Now it weighs like wood. This is a little better. The instance the noobs obtained Roblox. You need to run in the 90s or gas, gas, gas music. If copyright wasn't a thing, I totally would. A big problem with Day the Noobs as a series is it's been approved for a few things by Roblox in the past, and there's a few things upcoming that I can't discuss. Where I pretty much can't add copyrighted stuff to the game. So, in general, I try to stray away from that now anyway, but I can't even add it as like a little throwaway joke, sadly. This is definitely a lot better. It's a little awkward still, but it's generally better. Still really slippery, but yeah, better. Okay, so that is better. Can you tell us the song used in Chapter 1 audio name? You're going to have to be more specific. I've made a lot of games. Which games, Chapter 1? 1, 2, or 3? We can try. Let's try making these cylinders real quick to see if they fixed cylinder things. What's behind that door in Day the Noobs 3? So, ooh, yeah. See, this isn't set up for cylinder wheels anymore. They just don't work with most cars. Most cars now use spheres, which is weird. Yeah, this is just a very, very bad car. Oh, wait. You know, it's just very awkward. So behind that door, you can actually get behind that door in the lobby of Day the Noobs 3, if that's what you're talking about. I won't tell you how to do it, but I'm telling you, you can do that. Jump off the ramp. Okay, well, I'll do that in a moment. I first want to see... Okay, well, we'll finish building the car. We'll fix it. We'll fix the car. I think I'm forced to keep this car just for the sake of the badge. There is a badge. I don't want it to be like skateboard off the ramp because I feel like that would be kind of easy. So what we'll do, we'll keep the cars, but we'll add some different things. So if people want to still use cars, they can. But if they want to... What is this little piece? Oh. Interesting. Why is that really there? Interesting. Okay, well. A big part of why this chapter is so weird and laggy at first is, again, I originally designed this map. Well, originally. This was based off of a map Shadletsky made. But I originally made this map's extensions with the idea that you would be able to destroy parts of it. And that just proved to be way too laggy. So... that's why a lot of things are a little bit spammy. Alright, so this should be an updated version of the car. This should now work. What if he jump off the ramp and falls into the water, explodes in classic Roblox style? I could do that. No, it's just very clunky. I'm guessing it's because of that. No? Oh, interesting. That's weird. Chapter 1 and Day the Noobs 2. In Day the Noobs 2, actually I can show you right now. If you go into the lobby, there is... the back of the car is too thick. Yes, it is. So in Day the Noobs 2, there's this little thing over here near the credit store, which is called music credits. And if you go into that, it will tell you what songs are played where. So you just go to that, and inside of this music credits chapter, there's you see this again. You just tap it, and it shows you music credits. What's my favorite chapter in the series, including Day the Noobs 3? Ooh, my favorite chapter in the whole series. It's definitely not one in the first game. The first game is a little too dated. It's a little old. That's actually a really good question. My favorite chapter is probably... It's probably the third game. I would say in the third game, I really like chapter 2 in the third game. I just think it looks very, very pretty, as well as it's a pretty good obby, I'd like to think. So this car is still handling really awkwardly. Yeah, this car is just very awkward. I don't like this at all. There's this one lobby song that played during Doomsday, but the console didn't exist, but then you couldn't check if it was copyrighted. I wish I could tell you what song that was, but at this point, I've likely forgotten. Could you get my favorite chapter for each game? Chapter 1, I really like the chapter 4, I believe, which is the White House chapter, because I think it's just kind of silly. It was just something I thought of because I wanted it to be a thing at the time, and it's silly, but I think it holds up because it's just ridiculous. I really like the White House in the first game. In the second game, what would be my favorite chapter? I would say my favorite chapter in the second game is All Hail the... Actually, Missing Piece. I like Missing Piece. I like the idea of it, as well as I like its aesthetic. Missing Piece is probably my favorite. Will there be a fourth one? At this time, I cannot tell you. That's not me. Like, I just don't know. It depends on how well the third game does. And not only that, just like if I feel like the story needs to be continued. Unthick the car. Yeah, I'm probably going to do that because right now it's just not working too well. You are the best. Thank you, Turtle. Day the noobs took over 3 equals God. the ducks. What's your favorite boss in the series? In the series, my favorite boss is probably, again, in the third game. The boss of the second trial, I really like a lot now, because he's in chat now. Dude underscore RBLX gave me some pretty good suggestions on how to make the fight better, or just that maybe he said it was pretty much boring. It was bad. And I was like, you know what? You're right. And I went through, I thought over kind of what he said. I made it better. I really like the second boss fight in the third game. It's probably my favorite. Am I interested in a rendered thumbnail for your game? Have I thought about it? Depends on the game. I would say at this point, I'm an army of one. I work alone. So both my time, resources, and money are kind of limited. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I just don't know how I would feel about it. I think it would have to do the game justice, would be my main thing. You've beat 3. It was epic. Thank you. That means a lot. I'm still working on it. So hopefully between now and when I release it, you enjoy it even more. Because I am currently working on a lot of things for that game. So what we're going to try is... This is going to be a gamble. We're going to try making this massless, which should make the car ideally not that thick. It's still awkward. I don't... Have you seen the Yankee with no brim? I've seen it. I don't get the meme. I feel like such a boomer sometimes. Like when I was younger, I was like, oh, I'll totally get memes that people are saying like 5 years from now. I'll always pay attention. But it's like now it's like I feel so old. Would I accept fan art? Yeah, no, of course. Pretty much, like, whenever someone sends fan art to me, if they send it on Twitter or Discord, I almost always retweet it or pin it. And if it's something I would want to use in a game, I would ask for permission to use. Is the classic version of Day of the Noobs canon or not? As of now, the classic versions of the game are not canon. They're the rough idea of what happens in that whole game, but the way I like to think of it is the classic games in the series are effectively like a campfire story that people say. They don't know what parts of it are true, they just know that it may or may not have happened at one point. Roblox name is Lucas. Boomer noob. The bull shark with no brim. Clothed boomer. Are you that old though? No, I mean I'm just finishing college, so I'd like to think I'm still youngish. What was the hardest level to make? Funnily enough, probably this one. Because there were a lot of different versions of a lot of different things. Granted, what you see now is better than what existed before, and hopefully by the time I'm done will be better. This used to be a bridge, actually. This passage wasn't here. It used to be a bridge that would go across from here to here. It would slowly fall apart over time, and then once the bridge was completely gone, it would rebuild itself. So it's similar in idea to what's here now, but it was very laggy and very random and not good. So this one has had a lot of different changes and tweaks to it over the time. Originally, these buildings over here used a lot more bricks, so it was a lot more laggy. The cars have always been a pain. The elevator in here can be a little glitchy. So this chapter is probably the weirdest one. What if Day of the Noobs 3 Classic for April Fools? I'm actually considering, I would say that is very possible. I don't know for April Fools, but I do plan on making a Day of the Noobs 3 Classic just for fun. What is the most difficult level in the series? The most difficult level in the series, probably Doomsday. I would say Doomsday, especially Doomsday in its earlier stages before I made some nerfs. It's pretty difficult. It's some very annoying jumps. You should make a chapter called The Fish Come Back. I do have plans in the third game to have a chapter about fish. And if it is Doomsday, probably besides Doomsday. Besides Doomsday, I would say, I'll think about that. I would say my gut instinct right now is actually Fate of Agent X14 if you try to do that one without dying. What's your favorite chapter in the whole series? Chapter 2 of the third game. Cannery 2. Funny you should mention that. It would likely have one of the Fish King's brothers. Well, I don't know if it's a Fish King. I don't really know what his role is, but I'm going to stop reading. Well, I'll keep reading chat, but I'm going to try to make this a little better. Because I just realized I have not been developing for a hot minute. So let's see. That is disabled now. Okay, that's that. Make those massless too. This should hopefully make it better. You remember the fish stage in the first game? You hate it so much. Yeah, it's very difficult. There we go. This is a lot nice. Ooh, it's drifty again. It's drifty. No. Well, I've successfully both succeeded and failed in making a car yet again. Favorite final chapter. Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. I really like the final chapter of Day of the Noobs 1. I think it kind of has a lot about it's different. It kind of makes a twist on a game that at the time was very straightforward. It kind of added a twist to a game that did not have a twist. Oh, this car, I hate it. And so let's try this. We'll first strip this car down. Make it a little bit better. Right now it's going to look ugly, don't get me wrong. This is going to look awful. We're just going to try to get a functional car that is not insanely drifty. The cannery broke, dude. He doesn't know where it goes. From what I've seen from people who are trying to get that podium statue in Day of the Noobs 2, they are both over and underthinking it. Parts that they originally had right, they are now second guessing themselves, and parts that were people are both over and underthinking the order of events. But to be fair, that is also kind of my fault originally, because some of the earlier games are very bad at being consistent. I try my best not to like revoke any lore. I don't think I have, but sometimes making it make sense takes some finesse. Okay, this is still really awkward to drive. What's my favorite final chapter in this series? Again, my favorite final chapter is probably in Day of the Noobs 1. I just really like the twist it brings to the series. Is there a noob fish inside the water at chapter 3? I could do that. The reason why I didn't is originally this used to be bricks, and then it became the old classic water, which is slightly different than this. And it had a current, and originally the threat of the river is actually that it would push you off of the map, both here, not here. And that was the threat of the river, whereas now it's just really meant to slow you down in like a speed run. You're supposed to kind of have to go around it, or you can swim through. I've always wanted to add like a water vehicle, but as you can tell, I am not good at making vehicles. Cue the mail truck. You should watch the stream, watch me struggle at fixing the cars. The Day of the Noobs 1 is more different than the 2009 version. That is true. That is true. A big thing that I've noticed is I'm always improving at making games. Don't get me wrong, like some games I make are good, some games I make that are not good. But one thing that I've always noticed is no matter how good I think I get, I always improve the next time I do it. Like, it's cliche, but I'm always learning. Like, pretty much from making Farm Front and Reckoned, I've learned a surprisingly large amount of things that I didn't think I would learn that I'm applying in Day of the Noobs 3. Will Queen Noob appear again in Day of the Noobs 3? Short answer, yes. And then I'll leave it at that. I don't want to say too much. A lot of characters that have yet to appear in the game will likely appear, as long as they are not either just not important or if they are dead. One thing you should add in 3's bonus chapter called The Day the Guest Took Over Roblox. At this moment, I don't really plan on having anything related to guests taking over. I know that some people have made fan games of that. You can give those a shot, but as of now, guests have kind of disappeared from the story except a few characters because they don't exist on the website anymore. What if you do a thing in Day of the Noobs 1 where you have like a fan make a chapter? That is something I'm planning on doing for Day of the Noobs 3. I've set up the lobby and the door of Day of the Noobs 3 to allow people to make chapters. What inspired me to make Day of the Noobs? I just thought of it a long time ago. Like, I want to say, like, I could be wrong. I know for a fact I made up the idea of Prince Noob, Queen Noob, Princess Noob. I want to say I even came up with the idea of King Noob. And the whole idea of just noobs taking over Roblox. Like, there were things where, like, zombies invading at the time, but I don't think anyone at the time had actually made anything with noobs taking over. So it was just kind of like an idea of the time. It was just people made invasion games. I wanted to make one about noobs, and no one had thought of it until I did, I guess. I could be wrong again, but I want to say I made it up. It just kind of happened. Will the stream be archived? Yes, it will be. I think it'll be unlisted, but you can just ask me on Discord and I'll send you the link. Day the guests equals noobs 4. Again, I'm not opposed to making a 4th game or something with guests. I just don't know how I feel about it right now. Oh gosh, this is even worse. It's so bad. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to revert back to the best stage of the car, which was the old clunker. There we go, okay. Make Sideways chapter about the part in King's Noob Castle with the fishes? I actually have not thought about doing that. I think that would be fun. Not sure what game I would put that in, but I think that's a good idea. Well, Sutart be a character. I don't know who that is. I'm guessing you probably meant Stuart? No. Likely not. Drift 100. Something like that. Okay, so what I'm going to do, for the sake of, otherwise we will be here all night of me just tinkering with this car, and that was not what the stream is supposed to be. I want to have a few different areas in this game that have secret power-ups that let you go through the level faster. So you're rewarded for exploring, or you know where it is and you purposely went to it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create the first item, which I thought of being a thing. I mean, someone's probably already come up with an idea similar to this, but I'm going to call it the Thunder Coil or something along those lines. And it's just going to be a yellow speed coil, and it'll make you walk even faster. So what we're going to do is, interesting, it's over here. Oh, I think it's because originally I'd given that to her. So what we're going to do, we got to find a nice... I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide. I say hide. All of you guys are going to know where this is. I'm going to put the Thunder Coil here in the junkyard, most likely. And what we're going to do is dissect this a little bit. So this script is actually surprisingly really good. So as of right now, it makes your max walk speed 32. So what we'll do is we'll make it go a little faster. This is a pretty good feel. I would say I'm actually okay with this. This is fast. It's nice. It's probably a little bit slower than the cars, but if it's guaranteed to be there when you get there, that is pretty darn good. So I think we'll go with that. Let's just see if I can break it real quick. Okay, I think I'll go with that. That will be the first hidden weapon. It's pretty straightforward. It's pretty simple. Let's see. Someone's already probably made it. Someone has already made it. Or have they? Oh, there is a texture. Let's see if it's actually yellow. Because I could bring it into Photoshop and... No, it's literally just the color yellow. Okay, so what we will do is we will quickly retexture this because why not? So you guys can't see it, but right now on my second monitor, I'm getting the speed coil texture, which is disgusting. Oh my goodness. And we're going to quickly edit this, I guess, to make it... Gosh, this is bad. I do not like this one bit. Have I seen anyone speedrun the games? Yes, I have. I do make a lot of changes to the game with speedrunning in mind. So this, believe it or not, is a speed coil. It is textured not that well. This is pretty bad. This is, yeah. So we're going to make a thunder coil, which is, again, literally just going to be a yellow version of it. We're just going to make it very simple. There's no real reason to make it extremely complex. Can't you change the hue in Roblox Studio or something? Did they add that in? Oh, you technically can, but it's a little bit gambly. The issue is that it's based off of the color red. If this was white, it would be perfect, but it's not. So, it's whatever, really. What year will Day of the Noobs 3 come out? Right now, I am not sure. I would like to think by the end of this year it will be out. My original plan was to have it out this past April with the egg hunt, but it was not approved for the egg hunt. So, that's why, I guess. So there we go. There's our thunder coil. And then the only other thing is we need a backpack icon for it. I would like to think it'll probably be out by the end of the year. I can't promise or guarantee that it will, but I hope it will be. So we're going to cheat a bit here by just taking the thing that Roblox made and just copying that. Because then it'll be exactly the same. Oh. Okay, well, we'll save that just in case we need it again. Probably won't, but whatever. We're actually going to make a mega gravity coil or something along those lines. We might need that again. So for those of you that are confused of what I just did, I pretty much just took this speed coil. I took the picture that they used to make it look like how it looks and made it yellow. And then I also took the one when it appears in your backpack and makes it yellow. So now we've got our thunder coil. And we're just going to have this be hidden in the junkyard and have it respawn every time someone takes it. And this should help speedrunners out a lot. And instead of making it have smoke, we're going to have it just have sparkles, because why not? You've been searching for the chapter 1 song and no luck. It should be there. You should add some sort of effect to it. Wait, you participated for the egg hunt? I submitted Day of the Noobs 2 and 3 for the egg hunt, but it did not get accepted. 2021 will be the 12-year anniversary of Day of the Noobs. That is crazy. What if fusion coil? It could possibly cut some time off inside the castles. The idea of this is to kind of just be a generally better car. So I hope it'll do that, but we will have to see. And yeah, and then we just need to make it its sparkle color. I call it smoke here. I should probably just change it, but I don't really mind. The code in this thing is already a mistake. He didn't even get a reply, I think. Yeah, they didn't either approve or deny Day of the Noobs 2 or 3. They just didn't respond, which is fine. They're busy, but I just found it annoying because I apply to a lot of their things, and I often just don't hear anything back whatsoever. Would the coils stay on your character on death? Yes, they would. The idea is you kind of go out of your way to get them, but as a result, you can do everything else faster. So it's better for speedruns and better for people who like to explore. You were the best dev ever. Thank you. You're the person who made the fan movie of Day of the Noobs. Oh, so are you the one that makes the stop motion things and posts them in the Discord? Because I have seen those. Those are pretty neat. Alright, I think this is a pretty good... I like the Thunder Coil. It feels pretty balanced. It makes things a lot less tedious, and it feels probably just like a better car. I kind of still want to add skateboards in some way, because I think it'd be fun. We'll see what we can do. So at the very least, we've got our Thunder Coil. It's a Thunder Coil. It does the job. So now what we got to do is actually make it so that this Thunder Coil does thundery things. So, oh gosh, this is such a bad... I hate the layout. I have done a very poor job in the past. So what we're going to do is we're going to hide... And again, I say hide. All of you guys are going to know where the Thunder Coil is. We're going to make it so that if a user gets close to this Thunder Coil, that they get it, it's added to their inventory, and it's added into their starter gear, which, for those of you that don't know, means that when a player dies, they'll keep it on death, and they will always have it when they respawn. So here's our Thunder Coil. I'm just going to name it as such. Get rid of the coil sound in there. Badge, maybe make a badge, find all the secrets around the map. I am considering adding a badge. I believe it was Discreet Freddy asked me on Twitter earlier if I was planning on adding more badges. As of now, I'm not, just for the sake of it takes a little bit of time to add more badges and stuff, just because you have to make them and then you have to make sure that they work, but I'm not opposed to it. It's just a matter of if I get around to it. So first, we're just going to see if a player can actually touch this, because as of now, I'm not sure if a player can. So I'm just going to go through making this so that way you interact with it when you touch it. So I can explain what I'm doing here if any of you guys really want me to. Pretty much what I'm doing here is I'm making it so that when someone touches this Thunder Coil, it sets off this function. And a function is like a series of instructions. And the series of instructions we're going to give it is to actually give them the Thunder Coil. So we're going to give this a shot to pretty much see if it actually works. So we're going to make it print thunder, which means over here in this output, if the player touches it, well, actually right now, if anything touches it, it'll say thunder. So it's saying thunder because right now it's being hit by... Oh, it's because I didn't anchor it. So the player can touch it. It's saying thunder, so that way we know that works. Remove the crown check. It'll be good for glitched runs. You get stuck in the elevator in one of your runs from the second crown checker. Actually, let me find it. I know what you mean by let me find it. Thank you for the subscription, by the way, TA. Thunder Coil is a good idea, though. Pretty much, this is the first of many ideas. I'm making things that let you move faster, jump higher, more consistently. Because right now, it's just very... Excuse me, it's very awkward. So if hit.parent, which pretty much means in the Explorer here, the parent of this script is this Thunder Coil. The parent of this mesh is this Thunder Coil. The parent of the Thunder Coil is the workspace. So what we're doing is pretty much saying, hey, if this thing has a parent, which it hopefully should, if it finds a humanoid, which pretty much means it's likely a player. It's not confirmed to be a player, but close enough. You feel like the equip sound should be the coil sound, but maybe with some kind of subtle lightning sound? Yeah, no, I think it's a good idea. Just the main issue is just really at this moment is I kind of just want to have the rough ideas there first and then kind of add out to it. Because I like the Thunder Coil, but it is possible I would remove it. So, realistically, I'm not removing it, but just for the sake of adding things to the game, I try my best not to, I kind of add those things last. Okay, so there we go. So if we do get player from character. Okay, so this should be perfect. I'm making this probably a little more polished than I need to, but I'd rather that it doesn't break on me. Actually, I don't need to do both this check and... Well, actually, I have to confirm that it is a player. So, doing this a little differently from how I normally do. I don't really care if it's spelled wrong. There we go. So now, hopefully when I touch this, and only when the player touches it, it'll say that I've got it. But, let's see, can I actually hit it? Yes, right now it's actually stuck ever so slightly in this pile of junk. So that's what I was worried about. But that's okay, because the easy fix is just taking it away from this pile of junk, so that way I can actually use it. What we will do is... I think it'd be kind of funny if... we had it kind of like stuck out of the ground, like a broken like mattress spring or TV part. So now should be able to hit it. And it should print plier. Plier found. Cool. So now we know it's a player. So from there we can go into the next part of our script. Should there be a blue coil? The blue coil is the gravity coil, you know. That will be a thing. We're going to add a modified version of the gravity coil, which lets you jump very, very high. Am I thinking of putting a reference to YouTubers like Flamingo in the game? At this time, no. I don't watch any of them personally. If any of them are big fans of the game and they genuinely like it, I'll consider it. But at this moment, I want to say most of them probably don't know this game exists. And that's fine by me. But, yeah, I guess that's where I am right now. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a few things. We're going to do that. So what I'm doing now is pretty much making it so that way you can't just spam on this nonstop. Lightning Mattress is now canon in Day of the Noobs 3. When will these changes go into effect? When I feel like it's done. I know that answer sounds mean. It's not supposed to be mean. So pretty much what I do is I go from file to save to Roblox. And what that does is it saves it online, but it makes it saved so that way it's only saved like that in Studio. So when I save it, I can open it later and still work on it, but it won't go to servers yet. If I want you guys to be able to play it, I go to File, Publish to Roblox. So it's just a matter of when I feel like it's done enough. And right now, I feel like these changes are... They're starting off. I still need to work on both of the bosses, as well as hiding a few more items. Make a bonus chapter, but it's all neon. I kind of already did that, and I feel like you'll also enjoy some parts of Day of the Noobs 3 if you haven't played it yet. There's a lot of neon parts in that. Okay. Get service. Okay, so what we're gonna do is gonna quickly check. You still can't find the Day of the Noobs 2 Chapter 1 home song. I might have it in my inventory on Roblox if you would want to check that. So what we're going to do is we're just going to get a quick snapshot of this. So I'm going to use this over here so that way I know where to put the Thunder Coil. And I just realized I put a space in Thunder Coil, which I don't like doing usually. Or not anymore. I guess me in the past did. How did King Noob have a guest as assistant? It just sort of happened, I would say. It became a thing because of the Bandland chapters in Day of the Noobs 2. Okay, so pretty much what I'm doing is I want to put the coil into the backpack as well as the starter gear. As well as I also want to check to make sure it's not already in there. So to do that, all I have to do is if player find first child, Thunder Coil, if player.backpack find first child, Thunder Coil. I forget if find first child is nil. It returns nil. Okay. Speaking of King Noob, why did he decide to take over Roblox? Because he's a noob. Because he got banned for falling off a tower. That is explored in Day the Noobs 3 a lot. Because for a long time, his motivation has not been known. That is covered in Day the Noobs 3. And it's hinted at in some other places, but it's pretty much there in Day the Noobs 3. Actually, I could just do if not. Alright, and then we'll actually, might as well make it somewhat nice. This is okay. Power. Jealous of Roblox HQ. Really? You haven't seen it? It's there. I would say take a close look at some of the dialogue and some of the props if you haven't yet. Again, I'm still working on it, so it's supposed to be there. Maybe it's not clear enough. Make a chapter where the player is going to have a bad time. I think you'll like some parts of Day of the Noobs 3, because it gets very hard. Very Sans Undertale-y. Okay, there we go. So now it gives you the Thunder Coil, and it only gives you it once. And then starter gear. And we'll just have this. Just so that way, I just put these little, I call them jokes. I put these little things in here just so that if the server ever crashes or breaks, I know what happened when. So now I know that a player grabbed this Thunder Coil and who it was. Sans Cloak. Is Day of the Noobs 3 referencing Super Mario 64? You like the animation? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Alright, there we go. So now it gives you the Thunder Coil. And you have it when you spawn. Character is not a valid member of a workspace. Thunder line 28. I think there should just be a simple tool script dot. I guess it's because it was dead. Well, it shouldn't be too big of a deal. The animation walking and jump thing you meant to me of Super Mario 64 style. Oh no, it was not. I mean, if it's similar, I guess it's similar, but it was not intended to be that similar. So what we'll do is pretty much this makes people more likely to see it. I do this a lot. It's not the best way to get people to look at something, but it's generally what I do. So if someone sees this, they'll be like, hey, why is this sparkling? Should I touch it? And then they get the Thunder Coil. I don't animate the walking and jumping. I did animate the double jump. I'm not really an animator, but generally I want to say it's almost all Arthro, believe it or not, animations. All right, so there's the Thunder Coil. Up next, we want to do I guess like a mega gravity coil. To do that, we would want it to be worth it. Like you really gotta, it's gotta be a good tool. So what we will do is we're gonna take this Thunder Coil. And I think where I'm going to put it, I should have maybe considered putting it at the lighthouse instead of the junkyard, but I didn't want to change the routing. What we will do, I'm definitely going to hide something in this chimney, but what I think I'm going to do for the gravity coil is plop it down right here. So this is going to be the gravity coil. Actually, no, at this point, then it makes no sense to get this. So I'm going to need to put this in a spot that makes sense that you're going to need to jump. Will there be a social distancing level? I hope to God not. Who is Agent X14? It's a character that appeared in some of the classic games that I decided to bring back because I never included him. And he's kind of mysterious, is the idea. After Day of the Noobs 3, what adventure game are you going to make next? I'm probably going to work on Day of the Noobs 3 for a very long time. And from there, I will see. Because a lot of the stuff in Day of the Noobs 3 is set up so that I can easily make new stuff from it. You can show the route without cars. Yeah, so this is the car route. That's supposed to replace the car. For now, I'm going to put the speed coil down here. Because it makes sense. You would want to jump off this, or jump up, not off this cliff. We'll call this the, I don't know, the, maybe near Prince Noob's castle. That, yes and no. I want it to be a little bit out of the way, so that way you have to sacrifice some time to get it. Because realistically, what you would do is you would get the coil here. You would either go to Princess Noob or you would go to Prince Noob. And then at some point or another, after either getting Princess Noob or Prince Noob, you would get the coil here to jump up here. And then you would use the other coil you have to quickly make your way to the gate. Would be kind of an idea I have mapped in my head. You would say hide something in the water, but that might be hard to pull off. I'm not opposed to doing that. That's a pretty good idea. I do want it to be in a place, though, that it's not pretty hard to get. I want at least the thunder coil and whatever coil we're going to name this to be pretty easy to see. How you doing, Baka? So I'm going to see how that fares. So for now, we're going to make it the same colors. Actually, should I make it purple? I'm going to make it purple just so it's not confusing to people who understand how Roblox works. So let's open up Thunder Coil. I don't know what we're going to call it yet. Ugh, gosh, I hate this texture with a passion. I don't, what word? I mean, it's not like the player will even see what we call it. We're going to call it the spring coil because it's just very excessive. Because it's a coil. It's already a coil. We're going to call it a spring coil. We're going to make it purple. There we go. We're going to copy that on over to the actual icon of it. So there we go. That's our spring coil. Again, I won't lie. If this was Noobs 3, I would probably be a little more open to making it more detailed and a little bit different from a coil, but considering we're kind of just going back through to make this better for phones and speedrunners and just people in general, like, it's a pretty bad chapter, I won't lie. So we're gonna see what we can do with this. So let's see, off the bat, there we go, it's now purple, well, ish. There we go, it actually looks a little bit pinkish because of the lighting, interestingly enough. So spring coil, make it, doesn't matter because no one's going to see it. How many extra gears are you planning to add? At the very least, these two. Like, I would say at the very least these two. Because these should make speed running better. I want to add some more things for exploration players who just like to explore the map. So I was considering adding like a hang glider. I was considering adding some sort of boat. So now when you touch this, it should give you the spring coil. There we go. I mean, right now it's just the thunder coil, but purple. The lighting of it really does make it look pink, but it's whatever. I don't really mind too much. Because if I were to ever take this out of here, it would not be pink. It's just the lighting. You feel like you got less active since you joined? Nah, it's always been on and off, quiet people talking here and there. So no worries. So what we will do is we'll have this guy hidden right there. Looks epic, yeah. And the best part is it's so easy to do. It's very satisfying as well. So now what we'll do is we will have the spring coil actually do something. Which sounds like sarcasm. But I swear it's not. So what we will do is first give it sparkles of that color. Then jump power. Human jump power. We'll first start by multiplying it by 2. And we'll take it from there. I think this won't be as much as I'm hoping for, but we'll give it a shot. For spring sound, you should make it more floaty, if that makes sense. I'm planning on taking it from the gravity coil. Okay, yeah. This needs to be at least 5 times higher. I want this to be able to climb over cliffs. Yeah, right now, I would say, Humbe, that I am not editing any of the sounds just yet. Ooh. That's satisfying. A little, might be a little too much. Let's see. Yeah, it's a little too much. But it's getting there. Check speedrunning the Discord. You made a bad drawing of the route. You go start, Prince Noob, Princess Noob, exit. Okay. I'd like to think that with these coil editions that... Yeah, it's too little. With these coil editions that it might open up some new pathing. But that the old route will still be viable even if I decide to get rid of cars. Faster grav coil sound, perhaps. I think that's what I'm going to do for the thunder coil. I think I'm just going to have it be a thunder strike. And for the this, I'm going to have it be a high-pitched gravity coil. So let's see. Do I ever plan on making a horror chapter for the game? There's Night of the Noobs, but something that's meant to be scary even if it's corny? I would say no. The game is not really designed to be spooky. A lot of the times I accidentally make things which are scary seeming, and I have to kind of say there's no jump scares. It's not supposed to be scary. Especially for younger players. Why did it let me get 2? You drew a tiny white line. Yeah, I would say that path is still viable, as well as I would say this will give you more paths. Right? Like, how I see it is you'd pretty much sacrifice the time to come on over here to get this to... I don't even know my own game. To climb up here. Why is it... There we go. To get up there. As you can see, it's a little bit specific. And then you could hop down, fight her. And then once you get her, you hop back up on top. Holy... What the heck? How did... What? That is interesting. This is why you test things. What I'm guessing is the it forgot to... That's great. Yeah, this is why you test things. Do you still apply moderation for your Discord server? Right now, I'm not seeking mods, but I would say if you're like a member of the community who's constructive, that would help your odds if and when I would be looking for one. It's 100% still viable with the bounce coil. It's way faster. How you doing, Julio? Gonna use that for chapter 3 skip. Yeah, no, that would definitely let you. The idea with this, honestly, is you want to be able to skip the whole chapter. I don't want you to do that. But what I will give you is ways to get to these bosses faster, and then just a way to jump in from the top. Because it's kind of similar. It's you still have to fight the bosses, but you're still going flying over the chapter. So let me take a look at that. Why is that? Why is that doing that? I mean, realistically, it shouldn't be any different than this, which is the scary part. Am I blind? We'll give that a shot again. The top of the roof isn't filled in. No, it's not. The rocket coil hidden at the top of the mountain. Interesting. All right, I think I see what the problem is. Okay, you can let me fall now, game. No. Well, guys, that's it. This is how the game canonically ends. You get stuck in the sand. Alright, well, I know what the problem is with it now. I thought I did, actually. I'm not entirely sure. The problem is you technically never de-equip the tool. Tool.parent. Tool.unequip. Yeah, so the issue with this is it's... Okay, that's the why. Okay, yeah. It's coarse and it gets everywhere. So what we'll do is local character equals tool dot parent. Wait for find first child. Is there no wait for? I guess I never ended up using that. For child humanoid. So now realistically, this is for the thunder coil actually. So we'll head on back over to the thunder coil. So once it logs on to that, well, actually, okay, so what we'll do is we'll go on back over to here into the spring coil. So again, this is why I don't do things in live, or not with streaming, but this is why I don't immediately update things, because if it breaks, that's bad. So what we'll do is, so tool.parent away from child humanoid. So we'll do car jump power. We'll do this should ideally fix it, unless it doesn't immediately throw an error. Unrelated to Day of the Noobs, you're gonna try to get any more eggs for the egg hunt ends. I thought about it. I don't think so. Backpack, wait for child humanoid, okay. Then I'll need to get this. So the issue is that it's not finding where the actual player is. I'm just not entirely sure why that's working like that. Jump power. Oh, I've spent this whole time trying to fix a bug when all it had to be was divided by. Oops. So now, this shouldn't send you into the stratosphere. There we go. Now it's consistent. I don't know why it gave me 2 there, though. Cloaked Yoshi noob, cloaked Yoshi noob. Yeah, that's fair. You can call me a noob. Can I still do the Obama voice like what I did in Day of the Noobs 1? It's been a while since I've done it, but I probably could. Here, let me. Allow me to be abundantly clear. Don't get it twisted. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to shoot rubber ducks. It's been a while. I can't do it as well as I once could. But if you gave me enough time and practice, I could probably do it again. You probably had one in your inventory and then you picked another one up. That's exactly what it is. It's because I'm searching the backpack for it. That's what we'll do. I'll actually do hit.parent. That should ideally be it. There we go. Still the same. Nice. I feel like I could do it better. I know at some point I could. Oh, well, I made it worse. Probably should be an or instead of and. This it'll never be both at the same time. How is my day? My day is going well. How is your day going, Turtle? You were going to explain what you meant more, but you were just going to confuse everyone? Nah, I knew what you meant. We're going to shoot rubber ducks, but with actual gubs. Cunts. If hit.parent. So hit.parent should be the player. Realistically, this should do it. There we go, yeah. Now you can only get the one. And it should also be the same for the spring coil. There we go. Alright, cool. So this is precise enough to let you, if you know what you're doing, you can get up here. And you can no longer be a weirdo with it. The other thing is, it looks like did I ever... That's a thing. That is a thing. Interesting. I made Roblox? I don't think so. Real. That is interesting. Add a rocket coil. I think if I have the time, I'll add it. Right now, the only issue is if humanoid root port. Oh, it's because it's gonna be called Sparkles. There we go. There we go. So now you should be able to spam Sparkles like crazy. As fun as that is, I could see that causing lag. Yeah, there we go. Now it doesn't spam like crazy. A big thing that I'm doing for this is I don't want it to be laggy. And it looks like those were unanchored, interestingly enough. Yeah, they were. Okay. Now we've got the spring coil, which is very repetitive in name-wise, but why not? I'm gonna make that slightly higher just because it seems like it would be a little bit annoying if one could not get over the hill. Add an epic iguana's rule coil. I don't know if I can add specific coils for specific people. There we go. That seems like it's a little bit more friendly. I like the idea of it being... I'll make it a little less. But I don't want it to be aggravating. The day the noobs took over the mountain too. They used rocket coils. You're as a mobile player, this chapter was a bit laggy, so you're glad it's being fixed. It should be a lot better. Because I don't know if you were here at the start again. So the junkyard no longer has 400 different bricks that are junk. It has just a few meshes. This house here is no longer 400 bricks. It's now 100. This lighthouse is no longer 100 bricks. It's about 50. These trees are no longer 4,000 bricks. It's about 100. So we've cut down on bricks by a lot. Oh, they took over the moon. I am a whoosh. Oh, and there was also a tree over here that was a good 700 bricks. So we have cut down the amount of... I say we, I mean me, I guess. We've cut down the amount of bricks in this game by nearly 50%, which is a lot. How was my vacation on Doomsday Island? It was very nice. Thank you for asking. Alright, so we've got this coil here. Okay, what we'll do is... we'll hide a few more tools, then we'll get started on the boss fight. So I just don't want to lose track of these, because the game hierarchy is very... oh, where's the other thing I'm selecting here? What am I selecting? Spring coil? Ah, and tool givers. The moon is flat. And the sun is small in the universe. That was not canon, sir. So we'll save that to Roblox. Okay. Yeah, no. So Day of the Noobs 2 behind the scenes is very, very poorly made. Or at least Chapter 3 is very bad. Like, there's a lot of spare parts that are not grouped together that should be. Like, look at all this. It's very cluttered, and I am not a fan of it. So... That is a thing. But what? It was in the day the noobs took over the moon. That's not canon. Where is it going to be? It's going to be in... Oh, see, this is why I hate this. Old me was just so bad at organizing things. Is it entry? It's probably entry gate, isn't it? Yeah, entry gate. There we go. Please put Minuto in. I cannot do that. He's already the protagonist when he plays the game. Alright, so what we're going to do next is probably add some sort of hang glider. So what we're first going to see, I think there's a hang glider gear. Let's see if there's any like Roblox hang glider gear. 'Cause as much as I would want to code my own thing, realistically, it just takes a lot of time sometimes. So if Roblox already has a hang glider, and it looks like they do. So they've got a few. They've got Summer Hang Glider, Explosive, Super Glider, Red. Okay, there's a lot of them. I don't know if these will still work, but let's see. Summer Hang Glider. I'm pretty much going to take one of the Roblox models and modify them. And it looks like from the likes to dislikes ratio on this. Ooh. Okay, interesting. Looks like it handles it locally. Where's that camera? Ooh, I'm already not liking what I see here. Looks like I might end up making my own. Attempt to call a nil value. Local script, line 10. Oh, that's already off to a great start. Line 10. Roblox utility. What on earth is this? Load library. That's a yikes. Okay, well, realistically then, all the gliders. We'll try the explosive super glider. I mean, realistically, to make this, it shouldn't be hard. I was just hoping I wouldn't have to. But we will see. This one might work. Bye-bye, you gotta go. Okay, turtle. Have a nice night. Okay, so this one's based off of the same thing, it looks like. Yeah, it is. And I actually, in retrospect, I don't even think this will work. Yep, it uses messages. Ooh. Yep, this is even older. Okay, so that won't work either. Don't insert virus. You wonder what it would be like if it was made by me now? It would be a lot different. But that's what the third game is. So, that I'm okay with. Is me falling in sand cannon? Sure, let's go with that. Why not? What if I made my own movie of it? I wouldn't be like I would want to do that. I don't think I have the time to do that, sadly, but I think that would be fun to do. So what we're gonna do, oh gosh. Oh man. We need to find a way to make a hang glider. And the best way to do this would be trying to think. The best way to do this would probably be to have it function the same as a gravity coil. Let's take a look at this. Select children. Nope. Okay. I think this should work. Do it after Day the Noobs 3. I don't have the time. This is just going to keep going. It is, because it doesn't factor hats. So that might be perfect. So realistically, hats are already weightless now. So this should work. I thought it would work. Let's see. How does it work? Does it change the mass? It puts it on the head, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. So it's still factoring in my hats. Yeah, no, that does not much. Oh, it's because I didn't factor it in. There we go. Rocket Coil 2.0. Oh, well, that ain't good. Gravity coil effect. If name does not equal handle. You're back from the deaded. Welcome back from the deaded. There we go. That's the gravity coil they all know and love, and it should be consistent for all hats. So what I think... I'm trying to think what we can do with this information. No. Alright, so that's always an option. I'm trying to think ways to make this work. As dumb as that sounds. Gone too far. Rocket Coil 3.0. I think we're just... This is a rocket coil making stream now. Gravity. Required to levitate a mass. Okay. So we'll make... Okay, I think I see what I'm going to do here. Rocket jumping with rocket Roblox coils. Like, what I want it to be like is... I want it to almost be kind of like an umbrella. So, like, if you were here, you could, like, drift your way all the way over to here. That wouldn't really be for speedrun. It would just be for fun. Or I guess you could pair it up with some of the other coils maybe, and it would be possible. So I just gotta find a way to make this be a lot more satisfying. And to do that, well, let's take a look at some of the other body movers. What we'll do is, this could go very poorly if I do it in a weird way. If you do decide to add a rocket coil, you should make it really fast and go really high, but it's at the top of mounting, so it wouldn't be viable for speed running. Yeah, that's probably what I'll end up doing. Right now I'm kind of just trying to, I guess, think of trying to think of how to make this gravity coil be a little bit different. So things float at 1, it says. So if I set this to 1, it just means you're going to fly up forever. So here Q is rocket coil 4. But I just want to affirm that that's what this does. Right? You're not going to let me... Really? Okay, sure. The thing is, if I change the gravity like so... Thing is, that does change it for all players, doesn't it? It doesn't, actually. That's interesting. But does this affect bricks? So I think if this affects bricks, then I can't do it. But if it doesn't, then I think this will be what I want to do. The idea is pretty much you have no gravity. You can just float off with like an umbrella. And okay, we'll see how this does. Oh. Well, that's interesting. So we can actually just edit gravity here. Which should be kind of weird. But we could do it. So, let's see. We've got a few options. I'm going to give that a shot. I don't want it to be a traditional gravity coil. Do that. We'll do... Give this a shot. This might be stupid, but... I'm worried about the downsides of it, but give it a shot. This kind of just functions like a gravity coil. That might be okay. That's what I think I'm gonna do. You gotta go do homework. You gotta go soon. All right. Y'all have lives. Give that a shot. Stop emojifying my comments. That might be it. Minus the going up part. Actually, I feel like I might be okay with this. This might be the last coil I'll add, besides potentially maybe the rocket coil. So this seems pretty good. It seems like a nice slow descent. And I think I'll replace it with an umbrella instead of a gravity coil, so that way it's not confusing. Kind of like this. You gotta drink water. You really need water, Dab. Always stay hydrated. You gotta go now. Bye. All right. See you around. See you around. All right. I kind of like this. What are your guys' thoughts on this? Does this seem a little too much, or is this just right? I think it's balanced because it doesn't make you move any faster. It kind of just lets you fly a little bit, but it still makes sure that you can't fly forever. Like, it roots you back down to the ground. Kind of like that. My only worry is that it might let you just jump over the castle. Make it 10, maybe? I don't want it as simple as you can just jump into the castle. But it looks like it might be that simple. It was fine. So what I'm going to do is I'll change that to 5. And instead, what I'll do is if and when the player touches the ground, to dequip the coil. Water. Let's go for some water. Hydration. All right. So, I'll do a function. And then let's see. What I'll do is I'll make this a very specific monkey. I'll make this a very specific reaction. I don't know if this is actually going to be proper, but I don't really care at this point. Or tool.parent find first child humanoid dot touched connect on ground hit. Okay, I think it should be as simple as that. All right, let's give it a shot. Equipped is not a valid member of tool. Tool script.parent. How do I force an unequip again? And then data shot, so that way you can only activate it while you're falling, I guess. Message retracted. Can't say I've seen that before. Let's see. Need disconnects. There we go. Attempt to call a nil value. Well, that's not good. Hit ground equals tool.parent.find humanoid. So again, tool.parent find for sterile humanoid.touch.connect on ground hit. Should be that simple. Connect. Okay, we can just take it out of this then. There's probably a better way, but at this point I'm equal parts tired and annoyed trying to make this work. Is that Lenny Face crying? There we go. You could probably find a way to. There we go. Yep. if you're willing to enough, you can definitely cheese it. So instead, what we'll do is human jump power equals 0. Oh. You must do God's work and end this. Thank you for that. I appreciate it greatly. So we'll do that. Player character. There we go. So now it shouldn't let you cheese it. Because oh, no, you still can. Interesting. So it works. It's interesting. I could make it where it's a one-time per life use, maybe. I feel like with the other coils, maybe I don't need to make this so extreme. I'm curious. This might be a... Ooh. Well, that's interesting. No? There we go. I don't know why I was happy to have it actually glitch on me and not work as I intended. I think that should probably be fine, though. I don't see it being too big of an issue. We'll see, I suppose. Studs per tile. Well, that is a thing. Those are terrifying. Okay, 50, 75 maybe. 100. How wide is this? This is 128. Okay. How wide is it? 74 wide. Gotta get this to work better. There we go. That blends in a little bit nicer. It's still a little awkward, but it's whatever. Please, you're crying. What's with all these leadies? Alright, so now we've got this... I don't even know what to call this. It was supposed to be a hang glider, and it still sort of is. Just a little weird. See. I like it. It's good. It's just it's just I don't get why anyone would want that. Like, I spent so much time getting this to work, but would any of you guys actually go out of your way to get this and use it? I guess is my question. That's what I'm curious about right now, because right now, I mean, it's interesting, but I don't think it's necessarily good. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about this. You'd use it? Okay. Well, what I'll do... This will be kind of the rocket coil. Just to have fun with it? Okay. So what I'll do is I'll put it right here. This is sort of our rocket coil. We'll call it... I don't know. Umbrella coil. So we'll take that and we will... We'll make it... This definitely feels like it's going to break things, but realistically, eventually I'll patch it. We'll add it. We'll see how it goes. I think because we're putting it up here, it shouldn't make speedruns broken. I think if anything, it'll be a thing to mess around with. So we'll do that. So here's our umbrella coil. I don't know. It's an interesting concept. It's a concept. It's not perfect. It's not good. It's not bad. Right? And up here, it would make sense. Like, you pick it up and you're like, oh, and then you fall and fail tremendously. Interesting. Okay, at this point, if we're gonna put it near the mountain, that was the spring coil. At this point, then, we'll do that. It's kind of like a modified gravity coil. It's meant to let you just drift around like a weirdo. I think this feels pretty nice. It's nothing too weird. It doesn't let you jump while you have it out anymore. And it only lets you go so far. I think this is good. I don't know. I found this fun. Alright, so we've got our weapons. Now we're going to finally move on to the boss fight. So this is going to be the hard part. Could be good for getting nice screenshots. That's true. My main thing is I just don't want it to completely break. I just don't want it to completely break the balance of things. So we'll see. We'll see. Because, again, it's in a weird place. Okay, there we go. It is 11:19 p.m. You are correct. Well, actually, it's 11:20 now, but you're still generally correct. So now what we've got to do is make the boss fight. And this is going to be painful. Because the code of this boss is so bad. It is not good. It is. I am scared to make this boss a thing. So let's see. This is if it gets too far from the arena, it goes home. And that's fine as is. There's a sound thing. This is it chasing you. It only chases you if you're... Oh, boy, I do not want to do this. This is... Okay. I want to say the majority of his functionality... Oh, God, I hate past me. Oof. Oof. Okay. Wow. This is bad. Oh gosh. So off the bat, that. All right, let's play this organically first. Let's see how this actually plays. Wow, that was quite a climb. Ah, please. This is gonna be... Oh gosh. Golly gee willikers. Ooh, well, that's a zippity zap. Oh, right. This is how your fight is. That's a speedrun world record right there, I feel like. Oh, aged up, take damage. That was way too fast. Spinning's a good trick. Yeah, I don't know about that. So I want it to be somewhat the same, but I don't want it to be so random. Because for a speed run, I've heard people just have a friend camp out here and get him very low. That's how they play it. So, yeah, that is... Not only is that inconsistent, it's just weird. Okay, well. And then Princess New was just like a one-shot. That's a lot to take in. So what we will do first is... What are you? You are... What are you? You are... Second place world record. Okay, so let's see. Oh, so it actually just looks like I'll have to edit it in here, most likely. Oh god, I hate this. It's such bad code. Don't do your code like this. Don't be me. Yeah, this is so bad. Okay. He needs a gun. I don't know if I'm gonna give him a gun. Why don't I make it 17? Okay, well, don't give him a gun. Are you guys fighting on whether or not I should give him a gun? Because I'm not giving him a gun. Oh, wow. Forgot that was a thing. Give him another sword? I don't know about that. The problem isn't him being deadly, it's just... He has a large pool of health, and you're against a lot of people. Or he may or may not be against a lot of people. Alright, this is gonna be... This is gonna be a thing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the current version of Prince Noob. I'm gonna save it in replicated first, because I practically never use it. And then I am going to pretty much get rid of so it already chases you, that's fine. Animate. So right now he shouldn't attack at all. He should just chase you and nothing else. We're starting from the ground up because right now it's just very awkward. You're not even gonna chase me? Really? Thought I had the chase here. Oh, it's because I'm not on the team. He only chases you if you're on the team. Right. I had that failsafe, so you couldn't abuse it. So we'll try this. So now he'll just chase me, but he can't even hurt me. He won't even do his spin technique. This is just him. We're just dancing. This is interesting. Interesting. Oh, he doesn't want to dance anymore. Creek raid. Interesting. Well, so right now, that's him. Alright, so what we're gonna do is... we're gonna put this all together. You gotta go now. It's nice being here with you guys. See ya. Alright, see ya, TA. See ya. Thank you for stopping by. Greatly appreciate it. We're gonna combine this script because... I don't think I have it saved as a... yeah, I don't. Okay, perfect. This is going to be a disgusting script. Don't do your scripts like this. I just want to have it... I just wanted to have it be better. And likely I'll reuse this for... we'll have it be like that. Get a humanoid root part, so if we ever want to have it be related to R15 and Arthro, we can. Probably won't add that because I don't think it fits this game. Have it be based off of its position. And he's pathfinding. It's kind of stupid. He literally just walks to your point and will walk against a wall nonstop. How you doing again, Turtle? You wish YouTube had spoiler tags so you can mark your comments as spoiler. I actually considered making it like that. I think I'm going to make it similar. Because the whole point of that was to be similar to this. So I want to make them both still stay similar. So I'll have to find a way to do that. So now he should just walk towards you. He should be exactly the same, just more polished. Alright, I mean... Ooh, oh. What? He's like fake lagging here. 1 gigabyte of memory, that ain't good. So we need to find a few ways to make this better. So to do that, he's still gonna freak out on me, I think. No? Oh. Alright, so what we'll do... Some of these lasers on top. Yeah, this whole thing is... Yikes. Wowzer. Okay. You thought Prince knew would be more menacing if he walked with his sword down, like touching the ground with those sparks on the ground, but maybe that would be too much. I could see that working. What we'll try? I might even decide to get rid of this laser grid. Oh, this is even worse. Okay, I think I'll even get rid of the laser grid. I think what I'm gonna do is find a way to have the fight versus him include some of these things that I'm about to remove. But I don't know. I don't really know the what. Let's see. Maybe he shocks you. Him healing you? I don't really see that working. Could see him making a laser pattern too. Okay, so let's see. What's the point of alarm? I guess it's left over from the days of yore. Okay. Message retracted. I don't even know how one does that, to be honest. Alright, so let's see. Let's see if that increased the performance by getting rid of the lasers. Because right now we're at a gigabyte, which is a lot. It's still a gigabyte. So it either means there's a data leak. It's untracked. That's not good. Spin an attack, but he shoots lasers from his sword or something. I'm planning on having his moves be similar to what it's been. I just need to find a way to re-script it. Oh, I didn't even get rid of the lasers yet. So we'll get those in there. Now let's see if it's any better. I feel like it's those. No, really, the lasers are not the problem. It's using nearly... That's a lot of gigs. Okay, well... Gee. Alright, well, first also, let's get back, So now we've gone back in time a lot. Now we will be back in the present. Okay, because I want to take a look at these here. So this is him doing damage. This is his attacks. Alright, so what we're going to do is... We're going to need a few things to make him actually be able to fight. Oh gosh, this is painful. Here we go. This is what I need. I just didn't feel like getting the tool grips again. Put these here. So now we can just have him put his sword up, out, and down and all that jazz. So we'll do tool, or we'll do sword out. So now he should just always have his sword out as if he's like charging at you. Right, there we go. So now he's always like, oh gosh. And you can do whatever that is for whatever reason. So now we've got those back. Realistically, I should do this in a module, but I don't feel like making this proper anymore. I'm putting together bits and pieces of a dinosaur that should not exist. So we'll have these be his fighting things. Okay. So we've got our two functions for the sword, our thing for finding a target. Oh god, how did I find the day the noob took over Roblox owner's channel? I don't know. How did you? I'm currently remaking the third chapter of the second game because right now it is garbage. People do not like it. You literally just played this with your friends yesterday? Well, that's cool to hear. Okay. So now we need to have him actually fight. And we'll do it in, as always, 3 phases. Well, you looked it up on YouTube and you found the creator. What did you miss while you were gone? I'm still working on making the prince have a boss fight. Hume.health is less than Hume.max health times 0.6 or 0.33, then else if we'll do less than or equal to actually. So equal to Hume max health 6, then else. Okay, so now we've got our phases. Maybe you should add some cool moves. King Noob, proven uncanon. Is there a 10,000 hour video of just the chapter 3 music? It's your favorite song in the game. If you go into the music credits, you can play it. And you can just sit in there and play it forever, I guess, technically. So before, what this guy did is he would just slash a sword around willy-nilly, and he didn't really think. So we'll have his first phase actually be the same. We'll have a sword slash. We'll do sword. We'll start by going sword up. We'll wait 1/10 of a second, then we'll put his sword out. We'll have it wait 2/10 of a second, and then we'll put the sword back up. And then we'll wait another seconds, that way there's a delay. Probably a better way to do it, but honestly at this point I don't really mind. Or actually, we don't need to put that at the end. So now he should slash the sword. It still shouldn't hurt us, though. So he should be slashing his sword, not coming after us. And it won't even hurt us yet. Yeah, okay. That's pretty menacing. Imagine that guy coming towards you being like... I don't know what that noise was. You have a good idea, but it involves spoilers? You can DM it. I checked it. Make it the friends that play with you in the stream. Feel free to or not. It's up to you. Alright, and then we need... damage equals 1. Sort out, and then we'll have the damage equal to 5. Then we'll have damage equal to 1. What? They have a different time zone, but they probably won't join. You'll see. Again, all up to you. No pressure, or don't feel like you have to. So let's see. So while the health is greater than 0, and then we'll make here. So if he's dead, he can't damage you anymore. Function sword damage. We'll just make it. Actually, we can just take what we did earlier with the coil givers. We can just pop that in there. What if you temporarily made the improved Day of the Noobs Chapter 37 game for testing purposes, only available to the testers, of course? I'm considering that. The only thing is I kind of just want this to be a quicker thing. That's why I'm streaming it, I guess, is I want to have feedback now. Granted, there might be bugs when this releases, but I don't want to spend forever on this, because you can only spend so long polishing an older game. I'm only doing it because a lot of people wanted me to do this. Yeah, understandable. That makes a lot of sense. And what are the team names again? Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. And what we will do here is if player dot team equals teams or equals teams wait, child, and what is it, Prince Noob's Castle floor 2, then player dot character first child humanoid take damage. There we go. So now the sword will actually hurt us when we touch it. You remember your first 2 videos? Were you playing the Day of the Noobs? Oh gosh, it was cringe. Oop, no, it's not working. Oh, it's because I'm not on the team. My checking has made this not work. There we go. Now I should take damage? Okay, I'm still not taking damage, but he now chases me, so that's good. You feel like the streaming will be a one-time thing unless you do bug fixing streams? I'm not sure, to be honest, yet. I'm not sure. I would want to stream more. Just the reason why I don't stream Day of the Noobs 3 stuff is because then it would be spoilers, or that people would potentially just kind of like ask things about it over and over to like make it free. Which it will eventually be free, it's just right now it's not. Classic edition when? Yeah, I do want to do that. I'll probably make one for fun. If player.team equals teams. Okay, let's see if that's the issue. Get rid of the team check for now. 5.6 when? That's an oddly specific number. Really? Oh, I'm not thinking. I never hooked it up, did I? There we go. Now it should actually work. Connect sword damage. That's for Klogoshi Jr., Jr., Jr. Jr., 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 Jr. Okay. Won't hurt me now, but hypothetically, when I change my team to this, yep, perfect. Well, not exactly perfect, but rough idea of perfect. You don't know what to say now, so you're going to have random seizures? Well, okay. So we'll do it so that he can only damage someone every 1/4 of a second. Because that seems pretty balanced. Like, I think like this, he probably won't kill us. Actually, what we'll do is we'll get rid of the check for now. Just that way we can test by walking up to him and dying painfully. It's been a while since ID. Yes, it has been, Matt. Yes, it has. Help me. Okay, sure. Wow, that's a fast death. Took 5 from Prince Noob. Did I never add the if? I never added the if. So if damage dB equals true, then all that jazz. There we go. Now he shouldn't instantly kill me. Somebody I know. I know a lot of people. So now he shouldn't like instantly kill me. There we go. That's a lot better. Yeah. So that's a lot more friendly. Keep in mind, he'll have other moves, and ideally you won't be standing still. You're gonna go silent? Alright. You do you. So he now slashes his sword. That's neat. So his first phase will be stupid, as it was before. He's just heading towards you and slashing his sword. Nothing unique. I want him to have a jab, which will be a little bit different from what he's had now. So we'll put his sword out. He'll wait a second. I'll probably have a noise that plays here, so that way you know he's about to jab. And then the damage will equal 15. And then gotta make him kind of like push himself forward. So root.velocity equals root.velocity times root.look vector times 20. And then we'll have him wait another second. And then damage equals 1. So we'll comment that out so we can see it. You have nothing to say, so why do you always add dashes to your sentences? I do the same. Oh. You're going back to learn more scriptings you lack in that area compared to your building. Just basics, you know basically nothing at the moment. Yeah, no. Scripting is always a good thing to learn. Oh, he's gonna kill me. And then what we'll do here at the end is B1 sort up. You know, scripting's very fun to learn. It can be frustrating at times, but it's also very, very enjoyable. Right now, for the record, this scripting here is very haphazard because I'm kind of quickly going through. This is, in general, don't script like this. This is not good. This is a lot of lines in one script, no module. There's a lot of things. This is pretty much me fixing 5-year-old code right now. So, would not recommend using this as a tutorial exactly. So let's see. I want to see. I want it to... You want to learn scripting, but you don't know where to start? I would recommend the Roblox, like, developer wiki hub thing. Like, it's actually, we'll do that instead. It's definitely hard and weird to get into, but once you get the hang of it, it becomes second nature, especially if you keep at it. Oop. Okay, so that's very awkward looking, but realistically, he will be charging against the player. If that's the case, that's actually really good. Another thing I could do, though, is just, have him have a faster walk speed for that time. Might do that. Yeah, it's a little awkward looking, isn't it? What's his current walk speed, actually? I've never bothered to check in recent. It's probably just 16 or a little less than 16. 15. Okay, yeah. I know me pretty well. You feel like you're better as an artist than a scripter? You feel like you're a better builder than a scripter? Alright, you're going to check it out. Not right now, it's late. Me just talk again. How you doing, Turtle? Again, it just takes practice. Like, I'm not a good artist, but I'm sure if I were to practice art, I would get better at it. Same with building. For me, it's just I practice a little bit of building and a lot of scripting, I guess. So what we'll do is... So this does work, but it's kind of awkward and a little janky. So what we'll do is instead, hum.walkSpeed equals walk speed times 15. Or not times, we'll do times 2. This kind of makes him like a heat-seeking missile. So this would be a really good moment if someone had the coil. And where's the chase? Is the chase in here? The chase is in here, but we'll comment this out too, so that way he'll find us. I want it to actually work. So now he should follow us, and he should be kind of terrifying. You like my Roblox user? Thank you. I don't normally have this neck pillow on, but I have it on for the event. So this is his charge ability. Kind of like it. His sword hitbox is a little weird. How long is his sword? Ooh, it's not. It's just very laggy. So instead of making this very powerful, we'll make this a little weaker to account for lag. Then we'll try to find a way to reduce lag, but that is not a good sign. So right now we're using a gigabyte of data. I'm not sure how we're managing that. As long as you can run away from it, Yeah, that looks good. Why is that so... Is he on a different spot on the server? That is... Like, that is hurting me, and I am very far away from that. Which I don't quite get the how. Like, why is that hurting me? One thing I'll try is this. We'll give this a shot. This might make it better. This might make it worse. I guess we'll see. We'll do... Try that. That's what I did in Noob Defense when they kind of got desynced a bit. Let's see. This might be better. Might make it a little more awkward. Oop. That is a lot better. Actually, is it? Is it though? Nope, that is nothing. That is neither better nor worse. We'll keep that in mind. I don't know why it's like that. My best guess is there's just a lot of unnecessary scripts running that are probably a little too laggy at this point. Twelve oh three. Actually 12:04. Why is this so strange? The only other thing I can think of is that it's on streaming enabled. The streaming enabled didn't help with the memory. Ooh. Yeah, no, that doesn't help. So where am I using most of the... Physics isn't the problem. Data isn't the problem. Ping isn't the problem. Scripts aren't the problem either. So what is the problem? Like your Roblox user? Well, if you meet me, well, thank you. You'd think I'll be here a while. I probably will be. I'm probably gonna honestly finish up within the next half hour or so because I would want to get a snack. I'm gonna keep on working on this, but I think I'm gonna stop streaming it potentially soonish, but we'll see. I'm trying to see because right now I don't know why he's able to swing from so far away and sometimes not. That might work. We'll put back on streaming enabled. The thing I'm thinking it could be is streaming, but we'll see. Pretty much what that means is things load in chunks, kind of like Minecraft. So it might be that Prince Noob is not loading in all the way. So the sword jab is good. And the last thing we want is the sword twirl, which will be pretty much the same as what he had before. So what we had before from the sword twirl think it was this. Unless this was Princess Noobs. I don't think I ever used an overhead slash. It's April 20th. Yes, it is. Thrust, here it is. Okay. So what we're going to want to do for this, we're going to make this better. April 20th, 2020 time, boys. I mean, again, yes, it is April 20th. Put it in. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to take the randomness out of this fight. This was to kind of make him be like a corkscrew. Okay, and then thrust destroy. So now this should just work the same as before, funnily enough. I don't think it'll be perfect yet. We're still gonna have to tweak it a little bit more. Right, is this... So this isn't what I was hoping for. Make it a little bit faster. So now he should spin around like crazy. Hopefully. Let's see. No, he doesn't at all. Let's see, what if we put in... torque. Huh? Our top, I don't think he's back just yet. Instance.new torque. Torque to parent dot root thrust dot torque equals vector 3 dot new 0 attachment 0 1 equals root wait for child root attachment, and then we parent it, and then 0 0 I. So this is probably gonna make him freak out and just fly out of the map. Funny you should mention that. He's likely going to do that right now. Or not. Interesting. We'll see if he does it. Spinning's a good trick. Ugh, the dragger broke. Or did it? No, it didn't. Interesting. Yeah, this glitch is likely still about to happen. Do that. I want him to spin very fast, but not too fast. Yeah, it's a little weird. We'll do 3,000. How dizzy would he be after spinning so much on a timeline where he actually defeats you? Probably really dizzy would be my guess. That seems good. Seems a little weird, but... do that. Damage equal to 3, and then damage equal to 1. Alright, now let's see how he faces an actual opponent with this spin attack, because this seems like it's either going to be really derp or actually good. I think I've pretty much just created what he was before, which isn't bad, but now it should be consistent. The only thing now, well, let's have him get really dizzy. Do that. Give that a shot. To the anniversary party game where we all just started spinning. Somehow I'm taking damage from that, and that scares me. Like, I don't quite get why this... Don't quite get it. He would easily beat Bowser with those spinning skills. That is probably true. Well, oh, you know what I just realized? I don't even know where the... So now we'll actually see where the torque is. Why doesn't it destroy? Oh, it's good. I guess I have that one there. He's too fast. The smoke. What if we try that instead? This might make him be a little more spinny for longer. There we go. That's the king, or the prince we all know and love. Well, I don't know why he's gray, but sure. That is bizarre. Yeah, no, we've got our spare spinning top back. Is he okay? I honestly couldn't tell you. Okay, so the way it works is if it binds a target, it moves to... Okay. So what we'll do is if target does not equal nil, as well as this, because as of now, he'll always attack no matter whether or not he actually has a target. After leaving the void, be like, yeah, no, that sounds about right to me. Okay, so pretty much this should work the same as before, but be better. So now the next main thing is how to make these moves a little better, and then how to also add him to an arena. So the spin move, will have his spin actually be very dangerous, but that's when he's his weakest. So when he spins, you pretty much want to avoid him for the first part of that spin. And then after, yeah, see, he kills me. But then after that spin is when he's vulnerable, because he's still like cooling down from that spin. So I think that'll be the plan. You attack him after his spin. And not only that, to make it very clear, well, he already stops, so that's actually perfect. That, I think, is what I'll do. So, after his jab, you can attack him. After his spin, you can attack him. During his slash, you might just have to YOLO it. So we'll do slash, and then we'll do jab, and then slash, and then we'll do twirl, and then jab over and over. That sounds like a good pattern. So now, this should be a consistent fight for Prince Noob himself, but what we will need is to make his arena, the experience, be consistent. Yeah, it's just weird. Like, why is that sword so powerful? Let's see. Why is it so powerful? Beyblades, let it rip. I think it's because there's never actually a cooldown of the swords. What I think I'm going to do is... Well, actually, I shouldn't do that just yet. I'll move that sword into there, and then I'll get the sword from missing piece. And I'll make that better. Character weapons, Prince Noob, classic sword from the king. So not only that, it's actually if hit.parent.parent.name equals boss. So now this might work. Okay, we'll give this a shot. I think this ought to do. Well, that ain't. That ain't it. So it's okay. That's I also want to get rid of the speed buff on it. Just for the sake of, I think that would be too much. I mean, it is very late, Humbe, so that's something to keep in mind. Yeah, this is a gross script. We'll do that. That should now work. So now, I keep saying now, but I think the sword should work. It also has the updated graphics of the other one. There we go. The other thing I don't get is, like, would that... I don't know how to feel about that. Spending an all-nighter? No, not a chance. I think it's about time I brought in the sword into it. Okay, well that's better. Get rid of that. And okay, the next thing, I'm not gonna even touch the Princess Noob fight tonight, is I need to make his moves a little more exciting. To do that, I either need to make his moves a little more exciting at this point, or make the arena more exciting. I'm trying to think which. So right now it's just an empty... I got rid of the lasers, so right now it's just an empty... An empty void. What I could do is give each of his attacks kind of like a, an interesting thing to go with it. Like, when he swings his sword, he spawns like minion, not like that, but something like that. I think could be neat. So the sword jab is cool. I think it's really just ran out of this. This stage is kind of boring. And I'm not sure how I want to fix that. I could have him, you battle him on a around lava and you could just trick him into falling into it. That'd be funny. Maybe robots? Robots aren't really a thing in the game at this point. That's just the only thing. I wouldn't be against the idea of robots, just that robots lore-wise wouldn't make much sense. Source code, though. Well, again, in the lore, that makes sense at that point, but at this point, that doesn't make sense. Because you have to keep in mind that source code takes place near the end of the game. Like, hypothetically, there could be robots, but it would be a little bit weird for a lore. Maybe some of the noobs from the final fight with Queen Noob? That could work. That actually could work pretty well. Like, he spawns noobs, and then for his lunge, he... That might work. My only worry with doing that, then, is I have to worry about all of those noobs exiting his arena and attacking other people. That's just the only downside. When does Banland take place? That's a secret. I would say, though, I can give you a rough idea, I suppose. That takes place near the end of the series as well. Maybe he has a mini noob army. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do here is I'm going to make his arena way less box. Let the other players suffer. Or the Noobs from King Noobs boss battle and Daily Noobs 1. That's also a thing that would work. When does the cannery take place? Eyes. 2006, April 1st, the first fish roll. So what we're going to do is we're going to first start by shrinking the arena to hopefully give it some consistency. So I want to shrink it even more than that. I think this should be a good fit. Kind of give it a different feel. Okay, that's already... You mean chronologically? I mean, 2006, man. Alright, so that looks a little better. It kind of seems a little strange. I like it because it kind of contains the battle a little bit more. And also, if you really wanted to, I guess you could stand up here and have a friend bait him over. So that could be fun. You got a Game Pass on 3, but not the tip one. Sorry. No, that's quite all right. The fact that you were supporting the game really helps out a lot. So I got to keep in mind that the Prince Noob AI, and I say AI very lightly here, is very stupid because he just charges forward at a point. Some of the stuff I'm doing, you didn't know it was possible in studio. You need to write the stuff down. Again, anything but the scripting. Go nuts. So let's see. What I think potentially could be funny is if there's just a hole in the ceiling, and for a speedrun strat, you would just make him fall through the hole into the lava. Like, imagine, for some odd reason or another, there's a hole in that. Oh. How many? Oh, well. There we go. And for some odd reason, well, I think he won't let you do it because of the poof. Did he just burn into a crisp? He did. That might be an option that I kind of actually like. But his crown would burn too? Technically, yeah. Well, he actually no longer drops the actual crown. But, I think I might just do that. You know, like, in theory, his crown burns, but anyone who's on the team would win it. He dies to the lava in the final phase. I think that might be what I'll do, because I think that's just the right amount of stupid. Like, he just falls through the void, just... And I think it also works for his character. Like, Prince Noob is not meant to be smart. Well, smart's not the right word. He's meant to just be very angry, and that he doesn't think straight. We'll give that a shot. We'll have... as dumb as it is, we will have him fall through the floor. Imagine he lands on a platform, though. Well, eventually that platform would go poof. I'll make it so that the hole is over a certain spot that it's very unlikely that you manage to... At that point, you're just unlucky. Wait, what? Oh, right, because I had... He starts at... Isn't he alive in Banland, though? Or is that sort of hell? He's alive in it. Well, I guess it's kind of like a... Kind of like a hell, I guess. He starts attacking people on the first floor. He can't. His targeting only lets him attack people on the second floor. I made sure to have that failsafe in because people would use it to grief in the early days of the game. What's my favorite noob in the games? Probably Princess Noob. Wonder what it would be like if both bosses were left to roam 3 in Chapter 3. Again, back in the early days, that was possible, and people used it to grief, and it also just happened because of bugs. It was funny, don't get me wrong, but people generally did not like it. As well as you're not guaranteed to have a sword on the ground, so it could cause a lot of spawn camping, which, again, people did not like. Okay, I'll have the holes be over guaranteed lava. I think would be a good way to go about it. So let's see. That is actually kind of interesting. It's been a while since I've looked at how I assembled this. So what we will do is move those back to, no. What we'll do is your favorite is King Noob. That's a good choice. I like him too. Also question, weren't you automatically given the sword at the beginning of the chapter? Originally it was because I just didn't want your inventory to be cluttered, as well as I figured players would not know what it was meant for. Because believe it or not, you sometimes have to explain very straightforward things, or at least that I take straightforward. You have to explain them, so I figured the best way was to give it once you fight one of the bosses. Another reason was also I just didn't want players to think you could fight each other. And you, believe it or not, you can't, so. You were gone, internet was cut out. No, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, maybe you'd be able to keep the boss cutscene. True. Again, I think it was just kind of, at the time, it just felt like the right thing to do. What we'll do is actually not that position, 80.7. We will need that for sending the prince back to the Heck realm. If it's greater than 270 or less than 235. What's that there? That's 233. So then we'll go to 80.7. You need to use your sword to defeat him. That's true. Again, I kind of just decided against it. Item clipping is also a possibility. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. You could unequip and equip an item in order to go through the walls. You could skip the whole platform section if you click fast enough. There's no other use you can think of. Well, I think the sword has collisions off, so I'm not sure you can do that. There we go. Cool. So he toasts up in that lava, right? Right, okay. Then he comes back to life, and then we'll just drop him out of the castle to be sure. There we go. Oh man, that's interesting. You're killing him with your gravity coil. Why does he want to take over Roblox? It's kind of not really said in the first game. And it's not even really said in the second game. But in the third game, you learn why. Pretty much it's very similar to the Queen's motives. You've seen it done with no collision items before. That doesn't really make sense. I mean, I guess if the item has welds, maybe. But I wouldn't quite get how that would be possible, to be honest. But at that point, that's a Roblox issue, not even something I could necessarily fix. And again, I have nothing against glitch runs. I just personally don't officially support them because at any moment it could be patched and then the whole speed run has to be reset or whatever in games. That's why I just do no glitches in game. But I know there's a glitch category on speedrun.com, and that's fine by me. What's my... Why did it go to 0.8? The reason is this, because why not? Gotta go to sleep soon. Oh, that's fine. Have a nice night. Oh, I should stop skipping the cutscenes. Yes. I would say, to answer your question, Turtle, the best spot to learn the why would be in the second trial. That's where you would learn that. And again, in the first game, it's really not explained. In the first game, both King Noob and Prince Noob are just described as very angry, which was kind of lazy writing on my part, but at the time, it was just the easier way to make side characters. Or not side characters, but to make people who seemed evil without actually being evil. There we go. Then we'll just have slight holes over guaranteed spots to make it easy. You should watch your speedrun world record. Yeah, I haven't had the time to look at speedruns recently because you guys have been going back and forth. But I plan on catching up with that shortly. Not only just for the sake of, I find it interesting, really, that people are able to push the game to its limits and beyond. Okay, so let's see. Is this not actually technically glass? Oh, it's ice. It's basically the same. Glass 0.3. Okay, there we go. It's electric blue. Where is electric blue? I think it's this one. There we go. Yep. Okay. You found it a really cool speedrun except for chapter 3 and 5 because they're pretty boring. Yeah, chapter 3 was just kind of meant to be a story chapter to move the plot along. Chapter 5 was kind of meant to be an exploration chapter similar to this one, but as you can see, both suffer the same issue. They're very big. The third game has none of that. All of the areas are explorable, detailed, but small. Making a dictatorship because I'm bored of nothing else to do. You have VIP to beat 1 and 2, and you're a beta tester, so what rank are you in the group? VIP, technically, but you can request any of those ranks that you would want. You're back from the dead. Welcome back. You know, like, at this point, Day the Noobs 1 is nearly between 5 and 7 years old at this point. I already forget. Day the Noobs 2 is nearing 3 years. Hold on. How long is this? It's been forever. It has been forever. Yeah, so it's just both games are very old, which kind of explains their quality. Again, they hold places in my hearts, and I don't think they're god-awful, but some parts of them are just eep. If I could go back and redo them, I would, but I sadly just don't have the time for that. Chapter 5 is fine, but use a swimming glitch that's actually really fun to use outside of speedrunning. Is there water? There is water. The waterfall isn't there. I almost forgot I put that in. Here, let me see. I have a thing on the developer forum of just the games and their release dates, just because I wanted it there. Day the Noobs Classics released March 31st, 2010. Noobs 1 released February 14th, 2015, so that's 5 years old. Day the Noobs 2 is only actually about 2 years old, which is weird. It feels much longer, but it is pretty dated. Make a bonus chapter called Ducks. I don't know about that one. Most people love it, but you're over here running in the 90s. Gee. That game used to have such a better like to dislike ratio, but people didn't understand that it's just supposed to be weird, and they just disliked the heck out of it. That's one thing. I've just grown a thick skin. No one's gonna like what you do necessarily all the time, and that's fine. You got to learn how to take the valid criticisms and take them into account versus people who just won't like it no matter what you do. Ugh, yeah, that was not even. I was kind of just YOLOing that and hoping it would work. Let's think. So I want it to be where you have to trick him into spinning on one of those platforms. So that way it's not like a free drop into it. You have to use some form of effort. Or maybe not. Maybe I can just have it where you just trick him into falling into it. But it's got to be earned. There's no game better you can't deny. I don't know. He's got a point. Mount Clotoshi. Oh, gosh. I still find it weird that this game is only 2 years old. Like, it feels so much more distant to me. In real life, this does not seem possible. Okay, so let's see. So where I want is a very small gap. I'll probably make that even smaller, but as in, it's a guaranteed death. It's just weird to do. So let's see if that's even possible at this point. That definitely looks... maybe not, actually. That's what I get for working on bonus chapters and neglecting the main game for many months. I wouldn't call it neglecting. Again, there's a point where you have to kind of move on past a game. Because if I just spent this whole time polishing the main game, then nothing new would ever really be added. So keep in mind that there wouldn't be source code, there would basically be no bonus chapters besides the cannery if I kept at that. That's very stupid. That's like a thing, like you have to kind of learn as a developer, and I'm sure in a bunch of other jobs and skills that it just reaches the point where it's like, I think it's called sunk cost fallacy, which pretty much just means, is the time you're putting in worth it? And I would want to make all my stuff perfect, I really do, but it's just not possible. You like in my games that there are places for old games? You know, nostalgia is very nice. You met me on a YouTube stream. You should make it so that the glass plate falls. You should make it that you have to open it by jumping on it, so it isn't obvious that the hole is there at first. I'll do both of those. Those are good ideas. Thank you. So what we'll do is, where the heck did that go? Where's my advanced objects? It's because I did that. So what we're going to do is... actually, why even bother at this point? Here we go. We go back to... I'm literally just going to go take that. Plop it into here. I don't need server storage tools. I do need players. You got to go by. All right, see you, turtle. You're going to be gone soon. When everyone else sleeps, you sleep. You're going to stay for 30 more minutes. You're going to be beaten by Noob. I plan on streaming a few more polishing things about Day the Noobs too, I think. So this won't be a once-in-a-lifetime thing. I enjoy it, it's just more so everyone's in lockdown, so I'm worried that I'm being too loud for my family. as well as streaming is always hard, especially if you talk. Like, people who stream and don't talk, they can do it forever because it doesn't hurt their voice. But streaming, surprisingly, does always take an amount of energy. I have to build up that tolerance. I just have none anymore because I haven't streamed in ages. Right, okay, so what we want to do then is we'll do local glass phase. There's probably better ways to do this, as there always is, but I'm tired. I'm kind of half thinking right now. As long as it works and doesn't bug out, I don't mind. If glass phase... Actually, I don't even need to bother that. Glass phase equals glass phase minus 1, because you can't do minus minus. You feel lonely when everyone else is bed and you're not. It's just spooky. To me, it doesn't make me feel spooky. To me, it just makes me feel like I could probably be doing better life choices. Especially because it's almost 1 in the morning. Makes you feel better. You're lying in bed on your phone. That's fair. And we'll give the glass 3 health. If glass phase is less than or equal to 0, then we will kind of like this. How about, oh, that's pretty JPEG. That is non-existent. That looks awful. You said it to yourself, you can't become Val, but there's also a point where you start overworking yourself. That's true. I'm always trying to find that balance. I don't think I'm good at it yet, but oh, wow. I'd like to think I'm getting better at not pushing it. That looks too cartoony. That looks okay, but a little too hard-lined. You don't like all the other Roblox remakes of other games? Yeah, it's impressive, but be original, man. Yeah, I would agree with you. To me, that's why I'm kind of upset about Arsenal. It's such a good game, but it's just way too heavily based off of Valve games. Like, they could have done so much more. And they probably will, and I hope they do. But all their funny dialogue lines are literally just Valve lines, but they're taken. Like, sometimes, like, none of it's original, which kind of makes me sad. Try making your own crack. Doesn't feel worth it. Doesn't feel worth the time. Ooh, that's kind of JPEG-y. I think I'm gonna use these 3. So we're gonna do is we're gonna figure out what phase is which. So we're gonna go. So this is probably the first crack. This is probably, that actually looks bad. We don't even need a 3rd one, do we? What if I just do that? I think I'll just do that and have it fade in. Somebody's making a Half-Life remake. No change in the game, just Half-Life, but Roblox. Well, I was planning on making them transparent Humbe. The idea was to kind of have them like fade in at different phases. The Half-Life remake is really cool. Again, it's just like, I feel like people could do so much more with that. Imagine if you made your own story game using that system. Like, you spent all this work to make it, so do it. Like, make your own thing. Like, I've created this system that I can make endless story games with after Noobs 3, but I just don't think I'll have the time, which sucks, but again, these people seem to have the time and the resources and the teams to do it, so just do it. You want to see more story games? Oh, you have to go. All right, goodbye, Myas. Sorry if I said that wrong. Octa's making one that looks very good. I have seen a bit about that. It's good to see other stuff. You want to see something that's not about noobs? Yeah, I think I might do that. Again, the main thing is really just, is it worth the time? Because you put in a lot of time onto Roblox to make a Roblox game, and sometimes people take it seriously, sometimes they don't, sometimes it fails, sometimes it doesn't, so sometimes it makes more sense to do it on a different platform. Especially because Roblox can sometimes be very silent in terms of both the staff and people who play the game, which kind of sucks because it's nice to get feedback. Alright, so now this should ideally crack. It'll go and then do that. Hit.parent and hit.velocity.y is less than 0. So that means you have to be jumping on it. Odd question. If I ever listened fully to Thanos beatbox? Yes, I have. So we're gonna lead the prince over here because I don't want to deal with that right now. There we go. That seems kind of difficult to actually pull off. Okay, there we go. So that works. It's difficult to do. Good night. You're gonna sleep. All right, Gust. Enjoy your sleep. Again, I'm probably gonna just finish up this Prince Noob thing and then call it quits. So what we gotta do then is we want a fake version of this to fall. Local fake pan. This is definitely better ways. I'm just done at this point. Equals script.parent.clone fake panel dot find first child make tile crack destroy fake panel dot parent equals workspace fake panel dot anchor equals false fake panel break joints. Actually, I just realized this. Wiggle panel equals script.parent. Do that. Panel. What if there's a Day the Noobs prequel comic? I don't know if it would be that interesting, because the main thing is that's kind of the main plot, I guess, of the whole series. Like that's the whole point, I guess. I mean, I guess you could have some of the characters in the before. You could do what Nebulous did during Day the Noobs 2. That's actually, I don't want to keep making promises I can't keep. So I want to preface this with, I've been thinking about it. It's not promised, not guaranteed. But I'm actually considering having a bonus chapter where you actually play as Nebulous during some events in Day the Noobs 2. Again, I can't fully promise I'll make that, but I definitely want to make that. So it'd be kind of like what he's doing as the player would be trying to stop him. There we go. Oop. I can't tell. Did the tile actually fall? guess it did. I guess it does. It's just that it's just that it never, that's why. So what we're gonna do is panel transparency equals 1, then panel transparency equals 0.3. There we go. So now it should fall, and it should be obvious that it falls. It ends with him peeking behind the tree at the Day the Noobs 2 ending. Oh, no, no, no. I was thinking it would go all the way up to, oh, that's so satisfying. I was thinking it would go all the way up until the events of the conclusion. That's satisfying. Stupid, but satisfying. Just the thing is, I feel like it would potentially just take too much time to do, as always. That's my main enemy at this point. Doomsday boss from Nebulous's perspective. That would make sense. Yeah, that was one of the things I was thinking. Okay, so there's this piece here, which you can use to just let him fall to his doom, because it bypasses the whole fight and makes it consistent and not random. You could still use the teammate technique, but I think that's pretty good. I think it's subtle enough, but that should be very good, I think. That was a very good suggestion from you guys. I appreciate that. And again, you can still fight him if you really choose to. I think then it's very obvious that the fight in the lobby would be sword only. I might just end up removing that totem in the case of adding this, though. I think in general this makes this feel a lot better. It should probably be left for after the game releases. There are a lot of chapters that I have marked in the chapter's description that it should be completed after beating the game. Hello again. Hello. Thing is, though, once people find out about it, no one would ever actually fight Prince Noob ever again. That's kind of the idea, really. It's kind of like the secret button in Chapter 5 of Day the Noobs 3. Like, realistically, yes, you can fight him. But the idea is kind of, it's meant to be quick if you already know the game. Or if you find it by accident. If you find it by accident, kudos. Like, it's kind of just meant to be that. I don't want to deal with this right now, so have fun in the pit. And it takes some effort to still do. Like, it's not a free, it's not free. There's still room for error. There's still room for mistakes. Am I going to live stream again in fixing Day the Noobs 3? Probably not the third one until it's at least out publicly, out of beta. But I do plan on fixing some things in Day the Noobs 2 and streaming that. Also, possibly the first game, if there's anything that was left unfixed by my recent changes. But I think I covered most of it. You want to hear a glass cracking sound and then a lava sizzle sound? That'd be so satisfying. So the lava sound is there. The only sound that isn't there right now is actually the glass, which thank you for reminding me. I need to make the actual glass shatter, and then I also need to make the prince have moves as he fights. Wasn't there a thing where you could search based off of not Roblox? Oop, that's terrain editor. Could have sworn there was a thing for that. Fighting arena looks fid. I don't know what that means. Hopefully that's. Why did I look up glitch? Shatter. That's perfect. The emitter size 5. Then we will fake panel dot shatter dot play. Again, if you're here for scripting, don't follow the scripting. It's very haphazard. Not that good. The fighting arena looks different. Yeah, it does. Oop, oh no. And there we go. It also follows it down, which is nice. The only other thing is I want to have like a crack as you're hitting it. This is perfect. Or where is it? It's panel. It's better than the original, in your opinion? If you used the jump coil, it could break it in one hit. I can do that. I can do that pretty simply. Hit dot velocity dot y is less than. I'll go with a very high number. Could do it like that. That's a good idea. Thank you. Do that so that way it would just. It cracks depending on how high you hit it from. That's exactly what I'm doing. To have it be pretty much the velocity is how fast you're falling. So the larger that number is, the better. So hypothetically, this should one-shot it, I think. I don't really think it would be a viable strategy just because of how you see that instantly breaks it. I guess it's a viable strat. It's just kind of dangerous. It's just how fast you're falling onto it is what I've got right now. So again, this is because you're falling very fast. It one-shots it. And this would be without it. So if you would also go from like the top of the thing and you had the speed coil and you landed just right, you would also probably shatter it. Wouldn't the gravity coil slow down your descent? Ooh, that's interesting. It does, but the thing is the gravity coil is way too far away to be viable for this most likely in a speed run. What you're thinking is if the coil is equipped, break in one hit. That wouldn't be a thing I'm against checking for. I just think it would be kind of cool to have it be like a hidden velocity feature. So that's without it. That's the 3 hits. And then with it is just the 1. Because like if you were to Ooh, ow. I don't know why his hitbox is so stupid. So like that one-shots it. If you were to hypothetically, I think this would be possible, or at least with the other speed coil. If you're able to, you can do it. So you can top with a rope it from here without that coil, which I actually kind of like because that's a high risk, high reward. So you could jump, and then when you're heading down, you equip the coil speed strat. Okay, never mind. Do you like that speed strat a little better? Because that one seems high risk, high reward. You kind of just land that, and then you don't even need that coil necessarily. I actually kind of really like that. That's perfect. Okay, and then the only other thing is I need local rand equals random.new. And then we'll do panel.crack.pitch equals rand.next number between 0.9 and 1.2. So that way it's a different noise every time. Yeah, you like that? It seems pretty epic. It seems like a nice little niche thing. And again, it's like you kind of have to explore it to learn that. That's good, yeah. And again, it's kind of hard to get him to actually land in. So I think that's a very good speed strat. And if you have this, you can just like RKO it from the top of the cage, but well, that just instantly fell. There we go. Does scripting is hard? Not really. It just kind of takes practice, I would say. It's like anything. If you practice, you'll get good at it. I like that a lot. So, it's like Humbei can do art. I can't really do art, but if I were to practice, I could be better. And the same thing goes true with scripting. It's like, I was originally bad at scripting. A lot of the scripts in this game are bad. And I'm going back through and fixing it now because I'm better now. Alright, I really like that change to Prince Noob's fight. I really like that. Also, to actually get it, you have to be on the Prince Noob team. So technically speaking, there is actually a speed strat that one could do, is you could have someone else kill him. Well, no, because at that point you might as well just do it yourself. It's debatably questionable on how successful it would be. If you would touch the spawn pad and then just leave and then have your friend do this for you. Technically, you could shave off seconds doing that. In theory, again, I like it, but I also really don't because it relies on you having either a friend or an alternate account. Because originally it was a crown that you would pick up. But that was a little wonky. It would save around 10-15 seconds. I'm not opposed to speed strats or using alts or friends. I just feel like I'd rather it not be reliant around that. So I would probably have to find some way to make anti-cheese for that. In the meantime, it would teleport you back to the front of Prince Noob's castles. Oh, you know what? I already made the anti-cheese. You're right. Unless you can somehow get from... that would just really waste you time. The only thing I could think of is you get here, you touch the spawn, you climb the thing, someone then gets it. That's the only thing, and that would save you probably, again, like 10 seconds. And you'd be stuck in the cutscene, so you couldn't really move regardless, so... debatably questionable how successful it is. So that's actually true. That is true. What I'll do instead is... I will... Resetting lets you move from the cutscene? Okay. At that point, then I guess I would be fine with the cheese, because it seems like it would take some effort. You first hit the checkpoint on the stairs. That is true. I think then I'm going to move this up just to make it a little less lenient. Again, I'm not opposed to cheese. I would rather it be precise than very lenient. Or more precise, because it's still pretty lenient, but we'll plop that there instead. You join it near the stair. Yeah, well, now you'll join it near the top of the truss. So it's a little less lax that way. So that way you actually still have to try a little bit around this area. Realistically, the other workaround is just... well, that's not what I intended. Trying to think of any other possibilities. Let's see. I think what I'll do is I'll take away the walk speed penalty. I'll take away both of the penalties, actually. I'll make it so that way you can still move whilst seeing the cutscene. You found a way to clip into Princess Noob's castle. There we go. And we'll just do that. My only worry is just... because you could technically make these two cutscenes overlap. But, looks like it's a little hard to do. Let's see. What does it look like if you... oh, well. Does that only after you get both crowns, it tells you? You can get the spring coil to climb up the castle with no effort. Yeah, and I kind of like that, oddly enough. It's satisfying. It's like you explore, and as a result, you get a reward, or you're replaying it, and as a result, you get a reward. And I'm fine. Like, as long as it's like the first time, you probably don't know these things exist, and if you do it a second time, you probably don't know. You might want to change the cutscene a bit. What do you mean? The idea is originally that you were supposed to sit and read it, whereas now if you come here and fight him, I'm still okay with that. I just want to see if it overlaps with the other part. Prince Noob is just over this wall. I mean, technically still is. But yeah, no, I'm still working on it. What I'll do is I'll make that 2.5 seconds. That 2.5 seconds. So that way it goes a lot faster. The main reason I don't want to change it is for localization's sake. I'd say that's okay. I'm sure like some people will be bothered by it. And I know I kind of am, but I feel like in general it's a lot nicer to have control of your character the whole time. Might not be possible. Yeah, I'm not sure. Just trying to see. It's only spawning me back here because I'm using play here, so it's not a cheesable thing. So you'll spawn outside of his house. For the most part, you probably wouldn't go for... Let me try this. We will do... You've already slain the princess at that point. So wow, that was quite the climb, blah, 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 blah. Turbo slam. Let's see. Oop, I moved a little too far. So let's see. This should now be like few. That was quite a journey, and I think it'll technically overlap. Yeah, it does. Throwing him through the glass. I think I'll also remove that penalty from the other cutscene as well. How you doing, Tiny? Started streaming 4 hours ago. Yep. Still working on it. You're here somehow. What's up? How you doing, Steve? Alright, so I've removed both penalties from everything. So let's see what this is. So workaround to it being glitched will be a script.parent next step visible equals false. Again, just don't script like this. I'm just doing a very quick route. More people joining now. Time zones. That's probably why. Yep. It's 7 a.m. 1:30 a.m. Eastern. Clear where I joined. Yeah, it's 1:30 for me too. Just woke up to watch the stream. Welcome. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll test this to see if it lets me. Hoping that it does it right the first time and I won't have to go back because I'm just... Come on, Prince, die. Die. Thank God, okay. Good luck. Let's see. Perfect. Does it. It hides it so that way it doesn't overlap, so then I can do that. Then you no longer need to reset because you can just walk and you can read and walk. I think that feels a lot nicer. You've been watching for 4 hours. Well, thank you for watching. That does mean a lot. Alright, cool. So that's a lot nicer. I don't think I'm bringing back those penalties. You can stop and read if you want to, or you don't have to. The tile cracks. We don't want the spring coil in that. Wondering if there's anything else I forgot to do. Oh, right. The prince currently has no checks for that. Yeah, no, we want him to care about who he's attacking. So now I should be immune to the prince. It's 100% faster than alting now. That's what I was kind of hoping. Technically, it looks like he still hurts. I guess because I never threw in a check for a team. But at that point, if you're up here and you're not on the right team, I'm kind of surprised. F in the chat for the laser light shot. It's not like I want it back, but I also just don't. I don't know. So he only chases you if you're on the team. He can still hurt you if you're not, but again, if you're somehow getting hurt by... I'll throw in the protection just for anti-grief purposes, because I know one of you is going to try to find a way to get him out of there and attack people. Cool. So then we will just do a check for... Oh, it's because I removed the check. There we go. Now he should not even be able to attack me. You make him fall now? Cool. Yeah, no, it was a thought that I had, and then chat was like, yo, make it a glass plane you have to smash. And I'm like, yes, let's do that. The idea is kind of rewarded if you know what you're doing. It's a speed strat for speedrunners, or it's just like if you're playing it and you really don't want to deal with all of his shenanigans, you can just kind of be like, bye. As well as, again, it's just very true to him as a character. That's how you kill King Noob by having him fall. You kill Prince Noob by having him fall as well. Okay, that's a lot nicer. Make an invisible tool so he can't escape. What, is in the falling or is in like around the map? Because around the map, the failsafe is actually just checking his position. So if he's too high, he teleports back to the center. If he's too low, well, that I just roasted him alive. If he were to fall outside of the castle, he would teleport back. I'm not sure what you meant by the invisible wall only for him. Like, he doesn't need a boundary because the boundary is already coded in. The falling? I feel like it's not necessary because I don't think it's possible in the slightest to survive that. Again, I'm not opposed to adding. I just really think it's not actually possible to survive. Okay, well. Put a socket on. Do you mean literally just like a thing that tubes down into the lava? Because I can do that. Make him fling up somehow. You've seen it happen to make him stand on your head and walk to a platform. What do you mean by walk to a platform? Are you saying, like, do what I just did to survive, but have him on my head? Like that, but with him on my head? Because I don't think that would work. Walk while falling while you did. I want to say physics-wise, that's probably not possible. But I'll check. If he falls in the lava, then he wouldn't exist for the King of the Hill chapter. No, because you still destroy him regardless. He just goes to Banland right after. I just think it's really hard to manage that. Like, I could do that easily, but I think him getting on top of... Yeah, no, I want to say that's virtually impossible. A cinematic where he slowly falls into lava, like, no, I'll have my revenge. I don't know. Lofts, like, that's possible, but I feel like it's so unlikely. He's fire resistant even though he disintegrated in lava. It's unlikely, so whatever you think. I'm not going to do it. If you are able to get it in film footage to me, that it is possible, and I will make a workaround for it, but I feel like it's just so unlikely that I'm fine with that. And at that point, that's honestly borderline a player mistake, I would say, in a speed run. Like, I feel like that would be a player mistake. Because then, if he's on your head, you should just commit to the death there. Or not fall with him. I think that would be a very interesting and niche player mistake. I don't. When did I ever say he was fire resistant? Okay, well that's the prince. Now, well, actually, I don't know if I have the stamina to work on the princess noob fight. I know not many people even fight her usually, so. So let's see. We've got our spring coil, our umbrella coil, our thunder coil. The main thing I think for a run will be a thunder coil. It's like this is pretty much replacing the car. Huh? It's not a speedrun mistake. I just get bored and say I spent 9 hours trying to get past a section where I can get past a section where I get eaten. Why can't I just find a way to make Prince noob? Kill weaklings. Make the Princess noob fight mandatory? No. That's it's just not in her character. The red coil is well, it's not red. It's actually well, this is just a normal speed coil. The purple coil is well, that's a thing. Why did I union that? Save to Roblox. Let's ununion that so that doesn't happen. I like how it saves these after all this time. What? It's because I unioned this and the hitbox I think is just really weird. So let's see. This should now no longer let me die to that weird death. now that won't happen because the hitbox isn't weird. All Roblox games have way too big hitboxes, so... Well, that was because specifically it was a union. Unions are weird. It should function now entirely the same. This is the only downside of that, really. The lava is cut up into these pieces, really. What I think I'll do instead is just shrink that, expand that, then shrink, ooh, where is it? There it is. Shrink that again, and then expand that. So that way it's not as weird if you fall into this. The solution is to union this again, but I have to wait for them to make the unions precise again. Can you make the truss stick out a little bit? You have an idea? The funny thing about the make peace ending is that Queen said both prince and princess are fine, but if you said prince is immediately sent to Banland, then the Queen just lied. That's true. I think it was kind of an error in the lore, like I would say. He's not sent to Banland immediately. He's sent when the player is sent to Banland. What do you mean by extend out a little bit like that? I'm guessing that you want to like jump climb it. So the Queen doesn't lie about that. It's just technically you can do this. I don't know if that's any faster. I'll keep it. Main ending is peace. I guess at some point Prince Noob gets banned. I think I didn't really think it through necessarily, or because at the peace ending he's fine. At the peace ending he's fine. This is actually kind of hard to do. It's also kind of seizure-inducing. Ow. Okay, I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. That's kind of just weird. I'm gonna... What I don't get, why didn't I do this, though? I feel like there's some reason why I didn't do that. Why didn't I do that? Like, that makes way more sense than just the one. And then you still get what you want, because once you get to the, once you get to up here... No, it doesn't work like that. Yeah, no. I don't get why I didn't do that. Interesting. Chapter 3 and 4 were short. Yeah, 3 is especially short because it's just supposed to change the scenery. 4 was short because I kind of ran out of ideas, if I remember right. Yeah. That's a good general feel to it. They disappear anytime they want, but the duration is always set. That is true. There we go. I ran out of ideas. Obama uses rubber ducks to kill children and started playing Roblox. Make Obama appear again. I can't believe Obama's canonically dead in the Day the Noobs universe. For the record, that is not a thing. I think it's in respawn. Yeah, here it is. Obama's face reveal on Day the Noobs 3. Okay, this looks good. But in general, I would say so far this is a lot better than what it was. Who's the current president in Day the Noobs 3? There isn't one. Just because it was originally that like it was in some sort of form of the United States. Like the fact that it's Obama as president is strange. It shouldn't be Obama just because it's not in the US, but in Day the Noobs 3, because of the events that happen, there is no president. Wait, how does that work? Again, that's like early lore, so it's kind of just disregarded now. I kind of just... There's a president of Roblox. I don't know who it is in 2019. Could technically be Roblox, like Trump or whatever, but I'd rather it not be. I'd rather it be a fictional character at this point, because the Obama was just because I could do the impression. I'm back where I started the cars. Yeah, right now I'm going to finally do it once and for all. Get rid of the cars. I don't like them. They are inconsistent and weird. Gert Wilder's Trump. It could be anyone you want. Honestly, I don't really... I don't really mind. He's too controversial in Roblox, you think? Yeah, probably. I would say realistically, again, it's likely just... I actually can't be Builderman either. I don't know. Technically speaking, using the original lore, it would be Trump, but like, I don't want it to be related to the real world anymore. Originally it was, but now it's not. He moved to Canada. The president is Builderman, it just makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. It can really just be whoever you want it to be. I just think at this point, it doesn't really matter to the story anymore. Can really just be whoever. I don't see it being relevant anymore. Where is it? Light influence. Why not have me be the president of it? Honestly, that would be kind of funny. I should have done that. One of them is the I like it. I forgot that I have that possibility. And we'll have this one just be -1. Then we'll have this one be... What I think would be fun is having this be a code in the lobby. I bet it'll be possible to the game in 15XX with glitches then. You just put rubber tanks on the White House, then who's carrying the rubber ducks in the truck? I'm confident out. What? Oh yeah, -1337. That wouldn't work now, would it? In a universe where my real voice is just a constant Obama voice. Yeah, I don't. Never mind then. I guess for the code. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna plop these cars into here. Kind of just be like a homage to, oh yeah, they were once here, but now they are no longer here. I'm fine with this, honestly. I think the cars have served their purpose well. I will miss them. Not really, but I'll say that so that way it's not controversial. I'll miss these cars. We'll just... What if I did make a code for the cars? I'll consider it. I think I'm just too tired at this moment to think of it. I'm setting them up in a way where they definitely can. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it now. The only thing, oh shoot, I need at least one functional car for the badge. You sit in the car and you press forwards or backwards, the car explodes. Alright, so hold on. I forgot how many digits the code can be. It can be one less than my user ID, which is... So it can be 6 digits. So it can be 6 digits. So we'll go with make it stupid. We'll make it 1. Three. 7. Wait, is that only... Oh, is there only 5 here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. And then the last one has to be something else. 84. I'll eventually add that code in. Right now it won't do anything, obviously, but I will add that in. You think I just leaked my Obama's address? Maybe. Just throw in elite then with an 84 because you know what? Fine. Let's do it. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing now is that technically there is no car in the... Actually, hold up. I need the dumpster car. Let's undo that real quick. Then we'll just go forward in time now that we've got the dumpster car. What does it unlock? I will have to think of that. So what we're going to do then is plop these into the junkyard. And then we will pop this into the cars. And we'll just make the timer be -404 because ha ha ha, I'm funny. And then we'll put this over here. And we'll make it so painfully slow that you can't use it for a speed run. Have it all the way back here. So now, yeah, you can definitely go much faster with the Thunder Coil than this. But now you can still get the badge by doing the world's slowest stunt jump ever. Here we go. No, we're not. Okay, let's bring it back up to 90. Well, I just worry that this might be technically slightly faster than the coil, but we'll see. You have to be a certain speed to get the badge. No, you just need to go fast enough. Fast enough that you reach it. I would say this is probably same speed, if not slower than the Thunder Coil. There we go. Now it's kind of almost like one per person gets it. Actually, what I could do is I can make it insanely fast, but then box it in, so that way it can't leave here. So then, let's give this a shot. This is going to be terrifying. Oh my... Boat car. Let's do that. I like that. That's dumb. And then if I just... And then if I just box it in, so that way there's no viable strategy to remove it from here. And all I would have to do that is take this and then expand it. I could also just make it so that the car explodes if you take it out of the car. You know, I'm actually going to do that instead. You can only drive this car for a grand total of like 10 seconds before it explodes or something. So, okay. We'll do Pete, wait, until seat occupant. Pete, wait. Seat occupant equals nil. Script dot parent break joints. Kaboomy. Then what we'll do is badge. Make the humanoid jump, so that way the car has to get destroyed. Ticking time bomb. So big you can choose the elevator and skip the chapter. Alright, now this should work. So that way once you're in it, you can't leave it. Did it not explode? No, it did. Just didn't do it right. Kaboomy. Why is this in a model? Script.parent. There we go. Now it should work. Explode harder. This is gonna be so dumb. Alright, here we go. I mean, that works. I'm mean. Nah, I just think ahead. What is happening? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna make it explode harder. An actual explosion, not just dismemberment. I feel like that's an actual explosion. But you know what? Fine. This is so stupid. Alright, I hope you're happy. This is so dumb. How long did it take to finish chapter 3 alone? At the time it took a while because I didn't know what I was doing. Not to say I know a lot of what I'm doing now, but there was technically an explosion. It's just very small. It took a few weeks or months, probably. Just mainly because a lot of the time I spend is just like iterating things. Like this is what I'm doing, but except at the time I didn't know what I was doing, even more so than now. There we go. I'm pretty happy with that. Where's the nuke mushroom and tons of smoke and intense lag to crush the potato PCs? I don't know about that one. I am skeptical. So then what we'll do is until seat.occupant. So we'll do repeat wait until seat. You came for chapter 3 skip, came out wanting more exploding cars. Explode some castle. I can't do that one. Well, it puts I can, but it would be a really bad idea because I'm trying to optimize this for mobile devices. I just want to 100% confirm that one cannot get past here. Right, because you could technically, you know what? It would be even meaner if I just make it a ditch. Oh yeah, you know that that car you wanted to take out, you just fly into a ditch. If you let us Skip it, you'll be happy. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I've already made it chapter 3 a lot better, and I think once tomorrow, today, tomorrow, whenever I get to it, making the changes for this to be a little less bland, it should be very good. Because right now you pretty much have these god tier coils that once you learn the spawns, it's a lot more powerful. Oh, why don't I just do... We'll do a countdown from 20. You only have 20 seconds once this car starts. Till seat dot document. Repeat wait until seat occupant equals nil or time equals less than or equal to 0. Local timer is equal to 20. Oh god, this is so gross. Oh, this is painful. Timer dot service UI dot text level text equals timer. Okay, so now you should have a limited time of 20 seconds once you get in here. If nobody played mobile, then why is there a Roblox engine for it? Along with iOS. So now you have 20 seconds once you get in. Once this runs out, then it explodes. Actually, it'll explode once you're no longer in the seat either. That honestly could probably be used for speedrunning somehow, and that's okay. Like, if you manage to figure out how to weaponize that, you deserve it, but it's also kind of RNG again, but still. That is actually... I wonder... Hold up. I feel like there's potential here. Hold up, hold up, hold up. This is gonna be really stupid. Feel like it's possible. Maybe. What if you die in explosion? I have that disabled on purpose just so people can't grief with it. Otherwise I would have that enabled, but otherwise that's griefable, and I feel like that's probably not the best idea. Seat dot... I thought it was enabled. Seat dot... disabled. Oh, whatever. So then... It's not fast enough for speedrun strats. Make it so chapter 3 servers are solo. The only reason why it's not solo is just for the sake of that is actually really cool. That is really cool. If you made a task of this, you could probably peak at 14 minutes, consuming how optimized they are. Bro, you have been recording for 4 hours. That is true. Almost 5. It takes a while to develop things sometimes, especially when you're distracted. Okay, so that way there's still the badge, as well as there's now a code from the retired cars. Explode. Am I feeling tired now? Not really. I think I have an issue when it comes to falling asleep at a decent time. So here's the old cars all wrecked and totaled. The only other thing then that I'm gonna do is give King Noobs or Prince Noob sounds. Because right now he makes no sound whatsoever except for his twirl. So he's got all those sounds in his thing. You're going to play the third chapter tomorrow if the update is done, so you can go up the ramp and experience something cool. I think it'll be just a little bit, just to make sure that there's no major bugs. Sword out. So we want that to be slash sound. So we'll do handle dot slash sound play. Do lunge sound dot play. What's overhead? So we have all these sounds that I haven't used. King Noob, you smell plot twist. Nah, I'm just bad at wording. Badge, demolition derby. Description, the car wasn't ready. Will there be a gun in Day the Noobs 3? I mean, yes, but at the moment not for the player. Okay, so now he should have sounds while fighting. There's a few unused sounds that I might repurpose later. Let's see how it sounds. Well, actually, I can't fight him. But I can do that to cheat. I don't understand Roblox sometimes, man. Hold up. There's a gun in those fighting games. I think one of them was called a Team Fortress 2. That is true. Is it just that it's too rare? 0.6. Ah, that's probably why. Lunge. Do that. Okay, now that should work. The text font was actually Team Fortress 2. That is correct. I'm gonna actually make you go speedrun again. I'm trying to make this chapter enjoyable because people just have said time and time again they do not like it. I still don't get the hitbox of this. I think it's just streaming enabled related. That's just weird to me. I don't quite get it. The only other thing that I want to test real quick is just player versus player. They can't kill each other with the new sword. They shouldn't be able to, but just to be sure. Last thing I want is for people killing each other over and over. Replicated storage, classic sword. Put it in their backpack. Okay, yep, you can't kill other players. The only other thing real quick is just change this guy's team to a random team. Yep, okay. What would be the weapon for the player in Day the Noobs 3? The base weapon is a sword, but some of the bonus chapter characters have different weapons, as well as I have plans to make a store where you can get other weapons for in-game currency. Nothing pay to win, nothing really stupid, just kind of very fair and balanced is the plan at the moment. Okay, well, Prince Noob has noise. The cars are retired. The badge is still possible. Brick spam is reduced. I'm just trying to think what. 47 megabytes of script. What's Lua heap? In-game currency? I don't mean Robux. I mean, currently at the moment I'm planning on calling it Moolah. So that's what that is. Is there weapons for us that is not Robux? No, again, it's all in-game currency. Alright, cool. I think this is going to be where I'm going to wrap it up today. I think I made some pretty good progress, and I appreciated talking with you all. So again, quick recap. Junkyard now has the cars trashed. There are now 3 different coils hidden around the map that could help speedrunning and just overall fun and exploration. There's this car here to still get the badge, and it explodes because you guys are crazy. We made the arena shaped a little bit differently, as well as there's now a shortcut to kill Prince Noob, as well as his AI is completely different. And I think those are all the changes I made while streaming today. But next time, I don't know if I'll stream it necessarily, but next time I'm just going to quickly revamp Princess Noob's room at the very least to make it a little more challenging to get to her. As well as her fight. I'm just going to polish it up a bit. I know not many people actually fight her, but I will polish that up a bit too. So again, none of these changes are actually live yet, so if you still want to play on the old version, you still can, and I'll probably do an announcement in the Discord once this is all published. The jumping coil, I mentioned that there were 3 coils. The rocket coil is this umbrella one. It's not quite the rocket coil, but it's this one here. But again, thank you all very much for watching me do this very, very strange stuff. And I will catch you another time. Alrighty, peace, everyone.